Are we live on the webinar? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the EPA's Environmental Financial Advisory Board's October 2023 public meeting. My name is Edward Chu, the designated federal officer for the Environmental Financial Advisory Board. And to remind everyone again, the Environmental Financial Advisory Board is a federal advisory committee. It's an independent advisory committee advisory body chartered under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, otherwise also known as FACA, which means that all of our meetings are open to the public and all meeting materials are available online on EPA's EFAB website. Before I officially open the meeting, I want to remind everyone that this is a hybrid public meeting. That's okay. This is a hybrid public meeting being held in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and is being live streamed online. We have 21 members. I believe that's the correct number, right, Tara? I just want to make sure that I have to update it. 21 members joining us in person, 7 members joining us virtually today. Members of the public joining us in person and online may, as always, may submit comments on matters being presented to and considered by this body as it develops its advice and recommendations to EPA and EPA administrator and the program officers. Per today's meeting, per this meeting's Federal Register notice, oral statements may be provided during the public comment period as scheduled and as posted on the meeting agenda. And Tara, I'm going to look to you to see if anyone signed up.
No, verify the date that's on it. If anyone wants to.
Yes, we can accommodate, but as of right now, no commenters have signed up to make comments. And also, I want to just share with you that we have 4 written comments submitted. No? Okay. I have numbers. That's why I always look to Tara to make sure that I'm accurate on this. So today's meeting and this week's meeting will run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern time today, and 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. noon, essentially, tomorrow. And as always, a meeting summary will be provided and made available after the meeting on EPA's website within 90 days of the meeting, no later than January 23rd, 2024. And I want to say on behalf of myself, the rest of the EPA team, and I want to just recognize EPA's team because you all know for us to actually have a field meeting like this, it takes a lot of effort and time. So Tara, if you can, everyone knows Tara, so Tara Johnson. And Bev Vasquez, who she's right there with the mask. And then Mike Dean and Ellen Tarquino is also here from the water office, and they're clearly a big part of what we do here. I know they have been part of the work group on affordability, and they'll be talking as part of that presentation as well. So thank them as well. And with that, I will now gavel open this meeting, and I actually have a gavel again. I traveled all the way from DC, and so Carrie, let me turn it over to you, and I deem this meeting open.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, EPA. And it's so great to be with everybody here in person in Ann Arbor. It's my first time here, so I'm looking forward to getting to know a little bit about Ann Arbor. Shall we do a roll call, and then maybe we'll do an alumni welcome, and then maybe after that we'll review the agenda.
Yes.
Does that sound like a good flow? Good. All right, so let's do a quick roll call, and folks in the room, say you're here, folks online. We'll go alphabetical order. Ashley Allen Jones.
Hi, President. Good morning.
Good morning, Ashley. Courtney Black.
I'm here.
Steve Bonafonte.
Here. Good morning.
Good morning. Angela Montoya Brickmont. Present. Matt Brown.
I'm here. Thanks.
Stacy Brown.
Here.
Al Cho. Is Al? No. Okay. And I lost my place already. Janet Clements. Not on yet. Lori Collins. Here. Zach Davidson.
Present.
Is that Jeff Deal?
Present.
Sonia Favors.
Present.
Phyllis Garcia.
Here.
Eric Hangen is absent. Barry Hirsch.
Here.
Craig Rinkovich.
Present.
Margot Kane is absent. Tom Carroll.
Here.
Hi, Tom. George Kelly.
Here.
Wen Keys Fleming is not on yet. Cynthia Kohler. Here. Colleen Kokis. Here. Joanne Landau.
Present.
Right. Lawrence Lujan is not on yet.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you are here.
Yes,
Great. Wonderful. Thank
I
you.
think I'm under utilities on the board.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. Mariana Peavy. Present. Dennis Randolph.
Present.
Sanjeev Sinha.
Present.
Marilyn Waite.
Here.
Hi, Marilyn. Dave Wegner.
Here.
Great. And Gwen Yamamoto Lau. Present. Great. Great to be with everybody. So we have a special guest, a special alumni guest who is going to welcome us. You want to set this up, Ed?
Well, I just want to say that, we had many members from the state of Michigan. And we currently have another member from right here in Ann Arbor. So when we came here, Dennis is from Kalamazoo. And then we had also, I'm trying to remember the member from Michigan State University. She was there also. Oh, gosh, every time I do this, anyway. Yeah, it is my age. But we wanted to make sure that we had a welcome from someone from our past this morning. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he said he'd be delighted to welcome all of you to Ann Arbor. So
Mostly because I just wanted to let you know how offended I was that with 6 years on the board,
I know we
the first meeting is in my hometown, and Sanjeev's hometown as well. Though Sanjeev has lived here longer than I have, so maybe he should be spouting off facts about Ann Arbor. So hi everyone. I think I actually know everyone here. So Craig Holland,
Yeah, you
with the
want to
Nature
say for the record.
Craig Holland, the Nature Conservancy, for the record. Welcome to Ann Arbor. This is an absolutely wonderful place. And I figured I would give you some facts on the city that I'm sure are very Googleable, but why not, right? That's what you do when you do an introduction to a place. So Ann Arbor was founded in 1824 by two men who both had wives by the name of Anne. It's not a very interesting story as to how it got its name. Lots of trees, Ann Arbor, Ann's Arbor. So but one of the things that I really love about living here is that there is a real commitment to the environment on a political level here. And a couple of years ago, we voted in a climate action plan. We have a commitment as a city to be carbon neutral by 2030, which includes a lot of different incentives that the city is currently setting up around electrification, energy efficiency. There's a community-wide solar program, and working very closely with a small regional Midwest college that happens to reside here. We'll talk about that in a second. It was also one of the first cities in the country, I believe, to have a comprehensive green streets ordinance. So that means that every time there is a street project here, the city has to consider in its totality stormwater management, typically using green infrastructure, trees, tree planting, bike lanes. And you'll see if you get downtown, we're sort of on the outskirts of the city right now, but you'll see if you get downtown, there's been quite a bit of bike infrastructure that's been built in the last few years, which is something that I really love doing as a means of getting around the city. It was also one of the first cities in America to start an electric school bus program that's just now getting off the ground. One of the first to have a citywide recycling and composting program. In fact, EPA named it a recycling pioneer in 1998. We have 158 public parks in a pretty small area. I'm not sure I know the exact square miles of Ann Arbor. Do you know it, Sanjeev? It's pretty small, though. You can basically get from one end of the city to the other in about 15 minutes by car. And we have almost 1.5 million trees that are planted and a real commitment to it. And an amazing metro park and bike trail system that runs along the Huron River, which hopefully the members can get out and see a little bit of nature while you're here. The weather's going to be beautiful this week. And that's something that I personally love to do, is to ride the border to border trail, which runs basically the length of the county all along the Huron River. It's also one of only 11 cities in America with a presidential library. Does anyone know which president has a presidential library here? I know you do. Gerald Ford, correct. Who is also, a star of like I said, a football team for a small regional college that had a certain alumnus that I believe is in this room, though we may have others. Ed Chu. Yes. And Jeff, that's right. Yeah. Went to Michigan. So, the most famous landmark, I guess, is Michigan Stadium. Yep, the big house, the largest stadium in the United States and the third largest stadium in the world. Can anyone name the first two that are bigger? What's number one? Sorry? Nope. No. It's outside of the United States. There's only two, and they're outside of the United States. Not Wembley. That's a good guess, though. The National Cricket Stadium in India is number one. And number two is the National Stadium of North Korea and Pyongyang, where they have their military parades. And then Michigan Stadium, where we have college football. I guess I'd be remiss in not mentioning that they're also the winningest college football team in history. I personally don't care. Just for the record, do not care. Don't care. But more seriously, I just want to welcome you all here and just talk about how excited I am for this phase of the board. I came onto the board 6 years ago. It was very much a time of budget cuts and retrenchment for EPA. And I would say the future is looking extremely bright in terms of the amount of resources that EPA has. Obviously, the challenges are very large, but this board plays a pretty critical role in helping EPA meet those challenges, figure out ways to spend an unprecedented amount of money towards things that I believe all of us here are extremely passionate about. And so I have to say I'm a little jealous that my 6 years isn't starting now, because there is quite a bit to be done. So yeah, welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a great welcome, and I do hope that you'll have some time to get out there. And one thing I do have to say about the big house is, one other tidbit is that on any given Saturday when there's football being played, not this Saturday because Michigan has a bye week, but there are more people watching that team in person than anywhere else in the country, because they have, since 1975, every game has exceeded 100,000 in attendance. And it's a streak that's going on, I think 312 or 13 games now. So you can see I'm very proud of the whole thing. So anyway, let me not be biased.
And you can fit the entire population of the city inside the stadium.
Right. That's right. So and I sat there, it doesn't feel that big anyway. All right, thank you. All right, let's get started. But before we get into our discussion, I wanted to start off with some items of note. The first one, I think you all know this, but I want to congratulate Carrie O'Neill, being as she has been reappointed by the administrator as the board chair. And
New since we were together?
yes, it's new. It feels like our days are. This is the aging thing, Carrie. For me too. I didn't realize this until Tara reminded me that this is still new. So as you'll recall, Carrie began her tenure with EFAB in 2020. I was going to say 2000. Yeah, 2020 COVID period. And was appointed to the position of the chair the following year, 2021. And I recall that conversation, and Carrie said, "What and why?" Anyway, but I'm delighted that she said yes. And on May 22nd of this year, Administrator Regan reappointed Carrie to the position of EFAB chair with a term that's now going to end on June 15, 2026. So we'll have you for a few more years. Thank you. And so please join me in thanking Carrie for her service so far and for service to come. The other is a little bit of EPA news. I know we introduced the EPA folks, but many of you also worked with Sandy Williams, and I wanted to announce and thank Sandy's service to EPA and to EFAB. She's been on the EFAB board service for, I think, I'm trying to remember how long it's been, but at least a decade or so. And so she has really supported EFAB for many, many years, and she just retired. So I don't know, I don't think she's on the call, but I wanted to just at least acknowledge her service, her public service, and also for us to thank her in public. So if you could join me in at least giving her some thanks, that would be great. And of course, at our last meeting, right, we thanked 6 members and bid farewell to them, including Craig Holland being one, and Ted Chapman and Ted Hennepin, Eric Rothstein, and Bill Stannard, and of course, David Zimmer from New Jersey. We bid farewell to all of them. We are trying to align our membership drives and the membership tenure so that you'll realize that we didn't appoint additional members. What we're doing is that we'll have a new membership drive at the beginning of next year. And we anticipate that requesting candidate nomination to serve on the board in actually November of 2023. That's our plan right now, and for appointment in June 2024. So please let us know if you'd like to ensure that you're notified when the candidate nomination opens. And also, Tara Johnson is the person that you need to let her know. And then the other is, if you know of other folks who you think would be a great addition to our membership, please let us know as well. Because we're, as you know, the nomination and the selection process by the administrator is a complex one, because we have things like diversity, both in terms of industry, geography, sectors, and all of those are accounted for in the administrator's decision. So we just want to make sure that we have a lot of good qualified people representing all sectors, and also media areas as well. As you know, we have a lot of water experts, because we do have a lot of water work that's going on, but we could not have done our greenhouse gas reduction work without a lot of the green banking experts that we have on the board now. So please consider nominating or just letting us know about colleagues that you would like to have on the board. And I think you could actually re-nominated Craig. Anyway, so please let Tara Johnson know as you think about this for the next few months. The final thing is, I know that I mentioned, several of you asked me about my situation last night at the reception. So I'm actually on I'm on loan to Arizona State University as part of the Intergovernmental Personnel Act. It's a little known act that goes back to the 70s, where we allow exchanges between the federal government and nonprofit groups and state governments and universities, where we have executives that go back and forth. And so it's not a sabbatical, but I sort of call it that because I'm taking a year to work for the president of the university, working on environment and climate issues for the university. But I will be back. And I think I understand that my office is, there's a meme of Arnold with "I'll be back" on my door. So someone put that up after I left. Anyway, so that's my situation, and I'll be happy to chat with any of you about what I'll be doing in the coming year. But I'm continuing to, this is one thing that I am continuing to do, because I just felt that it would be a terrible thing for me to just step out just for a year, because I don't see all of you every day, and it's just a couple times a year. So hopefully you'll allow me to continue and work with all of you for the coming year as well. But I'm scheduled to come back to EPA, my day job, October of 2024. So that's my news. Anyway, so let's get on with the meeting. And I think our first speaker is, we usually have our Chief Financial Officer joining us. And today you see someone totally new. Greg Tremmel is our EPA's new Deputy Chief Financial Officer. And those of you who recall seeing the previous deputy for many years was David Bloom. So Greg is now, David has retired last year. And Greg, how many days are you into the job now?
Just over 120.
He's counting already, you can see. So I promise that you are all going to be very kind to him on this. And so please welcome Greg Tremmel, our Deputy CFO, and he'll be giving us an update of EPA's budget situation.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to my first EFAB meeting. This is also my first visit to Michigan ever. And for those who don't know, again, my name is Greg Tremmel. I am EPA's Deputy Chief Financial Officer. And in that role, I am the senior career financial person at EPA. The Chief Financial Officer, Faisal Amin, he's a appointee, Senate confirmed appointee. So even when the administrations change, I am there to keep things going and welcome in the next political leadership. And thank you to Ed and Kerry for inviting me to join you this week. My role at EPA, it's an exciting opportunity for me personally. I believe in strong financial management as a key enabler of an agency's mission. And that's the lens I plan to bring to EPA in leading the high-performing CFO's office. And if you're following the federal government's fiscal 24 budget process, if you're not, it's a great cure for insomnia. But our fiscal 24 budget process, we are operating under what's called a continuing resolution through November 17th. That basically provides the same level of resources we had in 23 on a prorated basis. We all remain hopeful that Congress will pass a full year appropriation for EPA, but most likely we expect another continuing resolution, hopefully on or before November 17th. EPA's piece of the president's 24 budget has important investments for the agency. And as Craig, you noted, and Ed, that we've got historic amounts of funding. The 24 president's budget really wants to continue that along. And there's a few areas that are particularly important to EPA, specifically around administrative support for earmarks, otherwise known as congressionally directed spending, TSCA implementation, air and climate, enforcement, compliance, environmental justice, and the National Environmental Policy Act implementation. So I'll give a little bit on each one of those areas. So on administrative support for earmarks, in 2023, Congress enacted 733 new congressionally directed EPA projects. We call them earmarks, totaling more than $1.5 billion. Combined with fiscal 22, that brings the total earmark community just under 1,200. And all of which but a handful are water infrastructure projects. And those projects represent a substantial new workload at the agency to ensure the projects are effectively administered. Our Office of Water estimates they're probably going to need about $23 million in additional administrative support in fiscal year 24. And without that, the agency will struggle to implement those projects Congress directed in a timely and high quality fashion that everyone expects us to. Overseeing water earmarks isn't as simple as putting funding through the SRFs, the state revolving funds. EPA directly manages these grants with recipients from start to finish, and that cycle can last from 5 to 7 years in total and requires staff with expertise, engineering, grants management, and other skills there. The next is the Toxic Substances Control Act, TSCA. In fiscal 23, EPA received about $19 million increase for TSCA implementation. And in 2024, we're asking for an additional $48 million to fund new positions and contract support to continue implementing the 2016 TSCA amendments and addressing the backlog of work Those additional resources are needed to conduct risk reviews and risk management actions on timetables set by law. The 2016 TSCA amendments, which received both bipartisan support in House and Senate at the time, included significant improvements to the law, such as requiring EPA to evaluate existing chemicals with enforceable deadlines, requiring EPA to evaluate and develop affirmative determinations for new chemicals, risk-based chemical assessments, and increase public transparency of chemical data. And now EPA is on the clock to complete 23 risk evaluations in the years ahead, while also writing rules to protect Americans from unreasonable risks identified for chemicals like asbestos and TCE and methylene chloride. One thing I've learned at EPA is the names of some of the things and the chemicals are just real tongue twisters. I'm still getting used to them. Under TSCA, we've only have about 50% of what we think we need to review the safety of the new chemicals quickly the way the law requires. And EPA is going to continue to emphasize the quality of work, adherence to statutory intent and timelines applicable to the pre-market review of new chemicals, chemical risk evaluation and management, data development and information collection, and review of confidential business information claims. Next, the clean air and climate. In fiscal 23, we received a $30 million increase in funding for Clean Air and Climate Program. And in 24, EPA has asked for an increase of $230 million for our air and climate work to keep pace with priority actions. Resources that would support critical work to implement climate and clean air regulations and programs so we can engage in the fair and effective rulemaking that the public expects, including rigorous data collection, analysis, outreach and engagement, and critical information systems. And that includes an increase in grant resources to help expand the efforts of air pollution control agencies to implement their programs and accelerate immediate on-the-ground efforts to reduce greenhouse gases. And the increase in resources will also enhance resiliency, capacity, and capability of air monitoring systems for NACS and local scale monitoring that will support national air quality monitoring in disadvantaged communities suffering from disproportionate impact. And on the enforcement side, we're seeking $100 million for enforcement to fund smart fund tools and necessary staff, payroll, and travel that goes along with that. The Office of Enforcement and Compliance Assurance budget is mostly comprised of payroll and support to support the inspectors and the expert staff. And that budget has been straight lined over the past decade, and payroll has increased in cost, leading to the office's essential non-payroll resources being reduced and a decrease in enforcement and compliance work. Beyond providing basic support to employees, OECA needs sufficient funding to continue to modernize EPA's integrated compliance information system, which is approaching 20 years from its initial development. They're also going to expand compliance monitoring efforts to address environmental justice issues and allow effective and efficient inspections using those smart tools and other technologies, as well as funding travel where needed so that we can get on-site inspectors out. And support for enforcement and compliance assurance efforts required by the AIM Act to address hydrofluorocarbons. And on the environmental justice front, EPA is asking to build on the 23 funding with an additional $100 million to advance National Environmental Justice Program Office, fund regional EJ investments, both grants and staffs to serve communities and support thriving community assistance centers. Those investments will support significantly expanded base activity and agency-wide coordination required across the EJ program, being led by the new Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights National Program. This program is going to increase the support through the Thriving Community Technical Assistance Centers, we call them TICTACs, to support basic capacity building of communities and their partners. And lastly, I wanted to highlight the National Environmental Policy Act implementation. The influx of federal infrastructure funding has created a significant new workload in our NEPA program. The recently enacted Fiscal Responsibility Act also creates new requirements for the program, and we're seeking $5 million in fiscal 24 for the NEPA program to build that core capacity, increase environmental reviews of federal environmental impact statements, hire and train new staff and subject matter experts to facilitate those timely interagency coordination on environmental reviews and permitting actions. So it's an exciting time to be at EPA. We've got a lot of resources and a lot of work to deliver this once in a generation of investments of this size and scope. And I appreciate having the support of Ed and the seasoned professionals from EPA, states, tribes, and advisory boards like EFAB. I look forward to working with you. And thanks again for inviting me today. And back over to you.
Thank you, Greg. That's really an impressive set of priorities. I'm wondering, do we have any questions for Greg? And if so, you can put your card up or raise hands online. Cynthia.
Here. And I realize I'm now asking you a question probably outside of your brief, but
Can you state your name? for
oh,
the
I'm so
record?
sorry. Cynthia Kohler for the record with Water Now Alliance. I realize I'm going to ask a question that's a little outside of your brief, but this is a very impressive, as Carrie was saying, list of priorities. However, given the challenges that Congress is facing right now, it seems, I don't know, maybe a little ambitious to think that there's going to be the kind of consideration of these budget requests. So I don't know if the administration's got thoughts about how it will be able to address these needs in light of the current, assuming that you're operating under a CR going forward.
Yeah, so if we, obviously, we are very thankful for whatever Congress chooses to appropriate to EPA for the variety of programs that we have. Tough decisions will have to be made. Obviously, the president's, these were the president's request over a year ago that he put forward. And we're hopeful that we can get some, if maybe all of them, but you're right, it's a tough environment. There's a lot of differing of opinions on the Hill. We don't know where things are going to land, but while we're under a CR, we try to, there are no new starts. We try not for a lot of no growth because we don't want to get ahead of congressional intent on some of these programs. So we're going to keep making good on all the funding that we have, especially through those supplementals, the $100 billion in grant funding and related projects, and making sure that we're getting those out the door while Congress figures out what it would like to appropriate for fiscal 24 and beyond. But it's, yeah, we'll reprioritize when that happens.
Dave.
Dave Wagner, Wolpert Engineering and National Academy of Sciences. Thanks, Greg, for being here. This is really helpful. As a former staffer on the Hill, working in the T&I committee, it's good to hear that the agency is putting the money to work. So we appreciate that. My question, though, is several of us around the room here work with the WIFIA program quite a bit. And I'm wondering if you could just say a few words of where you see the WIFIA, the Water Infrastructure Finance Program, going within EPA.
I am going to have to say I need to get back to you. I am 120 days in, and this is my first stint with EPA and getting my hands around all the different programs that we have. But, EPA, what I've learned is basically we're a grant making organization. 50% or more of our funding is really to go out to states, tribes, and localities for you all and for the communities to do what they need to do to have clean water, et cetera, and environmental programs. So we'll remain our commitments to those longstanding programs and support those as the president's indicated in his budget, and make sure that funding gets out, it's spent appropriately and accounted for, and we get good value out of every dollar that's appropriated.
Angela and then George.
Angela Brickmont from Denver Water. Greg, I don't know if you've had enough time to get your feet under you on this issue, but the last time we had a meeting in person, we were hearing about how difficult it was to fill all of the positions. And I'm curious if how EPA has addressed that and if there are still challenges staffing up.
Yeah, so we've brought on, I think it's somewhere between 600 and 900 new external hires over the past 2 years. And there's been a big concerted effort to bring in new expertise from the outside and increase the federal staffing. But they've also been working on contracting where we can't hire federal employees. The problem with the supplemental, not problem, but one of the challenges faced with the supplemental funding is the period of availability is obviously not indefinite, and there's no guarantee that we're going to get more gas in the tank. So we've got to be very careful with the permanent hiring to make sure that we can say goodbye to those folks when the funding runs out. But the other challenge there is, as I noted, most of those grants, that work spans 5 to 7 years after, and that a lot of that funding won't be available in that time period. So there's a lot of administrative oversight and tracking that needs to be done on the grant funding. So we're really trying to juggle all of those different things internally. But our support sister organization, Office of Mission Support Services, has the human capital program, but we work closely with them to make sure that we're balancing and getting those folks on board out in the field in the regions by having a plan on as the funding is obligated and goes away, that we can then shed those employees and fold that work internally. So it's still ongoing. I say we're not 100% there, but we are looking at, now that we're in probably past the 50% mark on some of that funding's availability, of making sure that we're making good choices, that we don't create a cost problem on the back end.
I will just add, Angela, that I think some of the difficulties that were described before were also kind of the labor market difficulties. I mean, so it's not just about funding, but it's just tough for us to, because I think all of us are hiring, all of you in this room as well, and I think the agency continues to face challenges in staffing up, in addition to the fact that, a lot of these workers are going to be temporary. I think the bill is just four more years, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And IRA also has a limitation on the funding. So that's a huge challenge. And the other thing that I really wanted to point out, to add to it, Greg, I think really highlighted an important functional difference is we're really flush with money that is going out to the states, municipalities and tribal governments and communities, but there is not a lot of money for staffing core functions. So I think Greg talked about the TSCA challenges, which is we have a lot of toxic needs that we have to do. The other is the compliance assistance and enforcement. And that is not money, but it's really salaries of folks. And that's always been a challenge for the agency. And that's, I would think that most people would think that that's a core function of the regulatory agency, is compliance assistance and enforcement, but that's being significantly challenged, even while the tremendous amount of dollars have come from Congress and the president to the agency. A lot of it is really about getting the money out to everyone else. So.
Good morning, Greg, and thank you for being here. George Kelly, Earth Recovery Partners. I've got a series of questions, and one, I've been working actively on FIFRA and the role of EPA and FIFRA dealing with pesticide registrations and compliance with the Endangered Species Act. Wondering whether there's any additional funding on that side. The second question relates to the kind of the dynamics we're hearing in New Orleans. And that we're going to see a lot more of. And the question I have is that when you have the crisis moments in New Orleans and drinking water situations, is that always a kind of a congressional earmark dynamic, or are there supplemental emergency funding dynamics available for new issues with drinking water? And then the final is, we heard a lot on workforce issues and labor and the like, and I'm just curious about whether you all are considering kind of the role of public-private partnership dynamics in a bigger way.
So on the FIFRA, I do not know that off the top
Actually,
of my
I'll
head.
read on
Go
that.
ahead,
So
Ed.
on FIFRA, particularly with the ESA, I think Venus is going to join us in the next agenda item. She's the advisor on the ag side, and I think she would be able to address some of that question. And I can help with the third one too, but go ahead.
Thanks. And as far as when emergencies come up, so EPA, like other agencies, we've got generally appropriated enough resources to respond and take care of some of the life safety issues up front. The more longer term recovery efforts, like you see in national disasters and stuff, it's never intended that an agency is going to have all the money it needs. There's an assessment done, and usually those are pushed through Congress and some sort of supplemental funding need when an emergency comes up, like Jackson, Mississippi. I'm not completely familiar with what is happening in New Orleans, but that's the general approach to how resources get in federally than to get back out to the states and localities. Initial response efforts, a little bit of recovery, but that long-term recovery need through those cost assessments and evaluation of all those needs, you'd need some sort of supplemental funding project to get pushed by, usually starts with the local members and senators from the area to come to the agencies to get out. And public-private partnerships, I'm going to call Lifeline over to Ed.
On that issue, though, one of the things that I think we can ask the water office to come and talk about the issue that the second one that you asked about, these events, because the agency is seeing many more of, Jackson, Mississippi, Benton Harbor, Flint, these major situations. And so I know that the water office has been working on what to do about them, how the agency should respond. Because as you know, when we have an oil spill response, our Superfund program, we have a significant set of resources devoted to responding to those types of things. So if this, George, if this is of interest to the advisory board, I think I can flag it for the water office to come back and talk to you about that, because there's a lot more going on than just the funding. Because we need to respond to these things, and it really costs the agency, as you're imagining, a lot of money, but it's also the ability and the technical side to be able to kind of effectively deal with it, coordination. Because as you know, if we have a response to hurricanes, we have a very coordinated response. What do we do on the water side? This is a big conversation that we're also having in the agency, and Ellen's nodding. So, and Mike, we can flag this for a future conversation. The second piece about the public-private partnership actually is very interesting, because you all have been part of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. And I think one of the things that the agency, Greg also mentioned Tic Tacs, and the approach that the agency has been using since the influx of money is using sort of third-party folks, right? That is a partnership, so instead of doing 27 billion in EPA grants and loans, we're establishing intermediaries. And I think the other program, environmental justice program, is doing the same thing. So I'd say when you say private-public partnership, I think, Greg mentioned contracting used to be sort of the privatization during the Reagan era, right? But now I think the agency sees these kinds of things as having nonprofits, intermediaries who could take big chunks of money, just as we're doing with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and they themselves are doing the additional disbursement of the funds, whether through grants and loans, and EJ programs doing the same. So I think I hope that's getting at what your point is, but I think the agency has moved aggressively into that realm, because we just can't do, as Greg said, we don't have enough people to do everything that needs to be done. So the previous model would have been that with something like the $27 billion, we would actually hire people to do the lending. We would do the grants. We just can't possibly do that. So I think that's a right on point, but I think the agency has just naturally moved into that space. And you helped a great deal with the set of recommendations that I think you provided to the administrator on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
But I think at the same time, we did hear there's an overhang of when the money goes out to the public-private partnership and a need for oversight that you're not given the resources for currently.
Yeah, the terms and
little bit,
conditions of the
yes.
grants, the financial reports that need to come in, those just don't go in. There are responsibilities for the agency to be reviewing those, making sure that there's balancing of the money that the entity has, the drawdowns, and sometimes we don't have the back end resources, and that will then fall on the existing EPA staff to make sure all of that happens in accordance with the laws and the regulations.
So maybe this is an overtime educating Congress about the need for that sort of resourcing on the back end.
Yeah, and specifically with greenhouse gas, I believe that expires at the end of next year. So that's 27 billion to get out the door in 2 years. There's no way that EPA could do that all by itself. And we need and are seeing the need for that scalability as these things come in. We need the federal staff, but we also need the private sector to come in either through contracting or through some of these more creative things for this, it's again, once in a generation investment of this size that EPA has never seen before.
And Carrie, I just want to add to what you're saying, because I think Greg touched on something that's really important that this board has addressed explicitly, which is accountability and responsibility for the agency spending of taxpayer dollars in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund recommendations. Ultimately, the Inspector General is going to audit us in terms of how this is all going, right? The easy ones are just fiduciary ones. People should not be fraud, waste, and abuse should be dealt with fairly easily. But the issue of is it accomplishing the objectives, right? And that's a little more difficult one. And you guys, this group really, I know I was involved in a lot of the discussions that you had. You really kind of spent a lot of time on that. And I think the agency, as Greg points out, is challenged because of the staffing. One other area, those of you who are in the water area with the directed appropriations, one of the things that we're challenged is that we do not have engineers anymore to oversee project plans. And so how do we actually staff up to do that? Because if we don't have experts to actually look at project plans for these directed engineering projects in the water sector, that's also going to be kind of an oversight issue, right? So I think the agency is really working through these issues, and they're important issues, but this is where I think you have weighed in, and I think there could be opportunities maybe in the water or other places that program offices may come back to you and ask again about that. But again, a lot of it has to do with not just resources, but do we have the staffing to do this?
Matt?
Matt Brown, DC Water. Can you talk a little bit more about the role of earmarks? At the beginning of what you spoke about, you talked about a new effort to support the implementation of earmarks. Is that a brand new effort? Is that are you trying to instead get funding, or have you been using other funding and you're trying to backfill? What can you talk about the role of earmarks? Are they increasing, decreasing, or the projects, the project size, that kind of thing?
Sure. DC Water. All right. I want to talk to you about my water bill. I'm a DC resident after this. But back to the earmarks. So for a while, congressionally directed spending earmarks where a particular congressperson or senator would put a project for their locality into law was out of fashion, and they were actually not allowed. So they went away, and they just recently started coming back. They are not something that the president had asked for. Generally, you'll see in the president's budget from the executive branch side, these funding for programs overall, not specific localities, but obviously individual members of Congress and senators have specific projects and issues that their constituents bring up, and they're able to insert language into the bills for very specific items, some of which communities, what we learned to know about, some of which are sometimes surprises. So where they are in the planning process and to get those off the ground for us to actually make the grant varies. The funding for those earmarks comes from the existing state revolving funds. And what we've been hearing from communities on the program side is that it's absorbing up resources that they were dependent upon for other things. But because it's law and it's congressionally directed, we have to get those grants out the door in accordance with all the requirements of being an SRF project. But we've seen the influx of those come up. So we're about just under 1,200 earmarks from fiscal 22 to 23. EPA has awarded 134 of those. So we have to bring that workload into all the other grant work that's happening, prioritize that with everything else, not just the supplemental, but the normal day-to-day business grant making work, and make sure that it all happens appropriately. And we expect that if we do end up with an appropriation for fiscal 24, there'll be another tranche of, I don't know, 700-800 earmarks that will pile on top of that through the process. If we're under a full year continuing resolution, there wouldn't be any earmarks because that basically holds you at 23 levels. So we just don't know where that is. So our focus is making sure we're getting the fiscal 22 earmarks out the door, the fiscal 23 earmarks. And we get a lot of communication from the Hill to make sure that those projects are funded because they are important projects to the communities that the folks serve. That's why they're in law, and we want to do our best to make sure that that funding gets to the people that can actually do something with it and do good. But it's not a workload that we had necessarily planned for on top of everything else. But again, we're very appreciative to any dollar that Congress will provide to the agency.
Got it. And understand, because they come from the existing revolving loan funds, we're concerned about I guess in a perfect world, the funds would be additive and not subtractive from the funds that are distributed by formula to the jurisdictions. States.
Sure, we'd encourage you to let your member of Congress know.
We have a delegate in the district.
Yes,
That's a sore point. We should not go through that.
but your designated representative.
Yeah, I just want, one thing to add on this is that I do think that the states have expressed an interest in this. I was at the Environmental Council of State meeting, and there was a big conversation about the impact on the SRFs. Because it's a zero-sum game essentially. But the other thing that I wanted to point out is that a lot of in the regions, the appropriations are coming not for the entire project, but sections of the projects. So this is why I was saying that the EPA, it's not just about the grant specialists getting the money out, but we need engineers and other technical folks being able to evaluate how that money is going to be spent. So if there's a $65 million project, the director appropriation could be $1 million section of that. And so it does get a little more complicated for us on this in all respects, and the states are concerned. So.
Dennis.
I couldn't resist because Ed mentioned engineers, and as an engineer, I want to talk. But the comment about the earmarks in the SRF, I think, ties to the engineering question. Saturday, I was in Chicago talking at the American Society of Civil Engineers ethics session, and we were talking about the needs of water and sewage around the country. And there's so many people that don't have facilities at all. And I think one of the reasons that happens is that the SRFs, the engineers, prioritize work in a way that encourages money to be spent on existing facilities, on past investments, and forget about the other folks who don't have anything. And I think the real point is this: I'm a supporter of earmarks as an engineer, although I do prioritization. That's what I've done for 50 years. But I've always thought there was a problem in the strict engineering approach to prioritization, because it does forget about the indigenous folks, the minority communities, places that just don't have facilities. So I like the idea that both those topics are out in the open. I'm not so sure that just hiring more engineers would solve the problem, because it's a mindset problem. Anyway, I thought it was interesting. Again, I like the idea that we have those topics on the table, but I think it's so the solution is bigger.
Thank you, Dennis, for that. I was wondering whether you could speak to given the influx from Bill and Ira, how is the agency doing getting the money out the door, given the aggressive timelines and the staffing up challenges? So is there any way you could characterize that?
Yeah, I think the stat that just came out recently, now that we've closed the books on 23, is we obligated 80% more of our funding, on top of what we've usually had in any given fiscal year. In fiscal 23, it was something like $15 billion, and I don't have the stats off, but the agency is issuing and driving it up, and we expect to see an even bigger push in fiscal 24 as we look at moving on Bill and IRA and investments through the supplemental appropriations in addition to our normal, and a prioritization of how do we just make sure that the funding continues to move. But I'd say the machine is moving very well internally. The staffing, bringing on those external hires, the contracting that's happening, and the work that's happening out in the regional offices. There is a laser-like focus internally to make sure that those obligations are made.
And for those of us who maybe don't understand the legislative congressional process as well, could you maybe speak to any risks involved in monies that were appropriated or given under Bill and IRA that could potentially be at risk that have not currently been obligated?
Yeah, so any funding that gets issued out, your general discretionary funding that's appropriated by Congress, usually annually, each year Congress takes a look at we call them unobligated balances. They're basically funding that's available to go out the door, and can choose to rescind that funding, which basically will then remove that authority from the organization. You might have a perfect example is the Internal Revenue Service got $80 billion for extra enforcement, and during the one of the passages of one of those supplementals, there was a rescission of 20 billion of that $80 billion. And that basically gives Congress budget authority to move someplace else to a different authority, either for deficit reduction or for a different priority. And EPA is no different than any other agency, whether it's supplemental funding or our annual appropriations. If we have funding that is available, Congress can choose to rescind that, and that funding will go away and not be available as intended, which is why we work very hard to make sure that we get those obligations made and get the funding out the door, but out the door appropriately, because an obligation is a legal marker in the system for spending. But yeah, the greenhouse gas, any of the funding that sits, and EPA's funding availability is generally anywhere from 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and then we have some funding that remains available until it's obligated. All of that's on the table every year for Congress as it determines its priorities and is part of the negotiation process between the executive and legislative branch. So that is a risk that we think about, but we still move forward in a very smart and effective way to make those obligations, but knowing that risk does exist to some of these programs.
Thank you. Sanjeev?
Hi, good morning, Greg. It's great to hear your update. The question that I had for you was, I understand EPA's annual budget is about $9 billion a year before all the slug of the funding started coming through. And I think the number that you quoted is 15 billion for 2023. Is that what you said?
I think that's just on the supplemental funding.
Okay,
so there was about $100 billion of supplemental funding that came in between 22 and 23. Mm-hmm. Obviously 10 times the size of the annual budget that the EPA is used to.
Mm-hmm.
Sanjeev, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Sanjeev Sinha. I'm with Corvius. The question that I had for you was, one of the key priorities of the administration was Justice 40, as in sending 40% of the federal dollars towards for work in underserved communities. Can you give us some color on how the spending that has been, the money that has been spent? Is there any data point that you're able to provide right now? Thank you.
I can't provide it off the top of my head. I know that if it's not already released right now, the agency is working on an external dashboard where you can see the investments that EPA is making into the Justice 40 communities by congressional district, and you can go in and see the funding I'm not sure if that's on the public site yet, but that is in process. But that is part of the internal planning, and as the programs are working, making sure that they are adhering to all the Justice 40 requirements. And the new Office of Environmental, OEJ ECR, Office of Environmental justice and externals, yes. Is a really big priority for the agency, staffing that office up. And then again, I think it was about $100 million that we're asking for in 24 to make a down payment, further the down payment that was already made there. But again, back to the congressional process, there's a mark from the House of Representatives that zeroes out the OEJ ECR office and those efforts. A different view on the Senate side, and that's all going to have to get sorted. But we do have funding that's available to continue that work along while Congress figures out how that's going to shake out going forward.
Any other questions for Greg? We really appreciate your responsiveness, 120 days in, all kinds of questions, all kinds of topics coming at you. Hopefully we were gentle.
Well, my pleasure, and I look forward to talking with you all one-on-one over the next couple of days. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Greg.
Which is a perfect segue, because we did a lot of time this morning. But what we're gonna do is take a break until Venus comes on foot to talk about the Farm Advisory Committee. So this will be an extended kind of networking time for those of you who aren't able to join us. And you can catch up with Greg. He did offer just now that he would talk to everyone one-on-one. So there you go. Good
Get some
segue to
coffee
this.
first.
Yes. So we will take a break until I think Venus is coming on at 11:15. Okay, so
We'll try to be back around 11:10,
Yeah,
get settled.
that's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're gonna get started. And we're gonna, I see our next speaker already on the screen, so we're gonna go right to her. Venus Welch White is the senior advisor to EPA's ag advisor to the administrator. Rod Snyder, I think you've met Rod also. And she's here this morning to give us an update on our coordination efforts between EFAB and the Farm, Rural, and Ranch Communities Committee. Wow, mouthful, always. All right, Venus, welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much, Ed, and hello, EFAB. Thank you so much for having me. As Ed mentioned, I serve as a DFO as well as the senior advisor to the political appointed ag advisor to the administrator, but also DFO for the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Federal Advisory Committee. Say that loud and fast 3 times. And so I actually provided just a really brief update. I want to say it was back in March. Both Rod Snyder and I came when you all had your meeting at EPA headquarters. I believe it was March 2022. And so just wanted to provide some updates in the standpoint of like what the FRRCC has been up to, because I think a lot has happened between now and then. And so I'll kind of just get into it. So we actually had new members. About half of our members kind of cycled off. And so we did a nomination for membership in May of 2022, so May of last year. And we seated 17 new members in November. So almost a year, just shy of a year ago, in November of last year, which included a new chair and a new co-chair. And so there, we had our first in-person, I guess, hybrid meeting, probably in about 6 years in January earlier this year. And that meeting was hosted at EPA headquarters, actually the same place where you all hosted your March 2022 meeting. Ed actually also participated in that meeting. And so in that particular meeting, again, it was the first meeting of the newly, I would say, seated kind of current charter of the FRRCC. Ed, I don't recall if we had made the announcement for the charter the last time I spoke to you all. But basically, I'm sorry, not the charter, the charge. But basically, the charge topic for the FRRCC as it stands right now is the intersection of climate and climate change and agriculture. And so we're dealing with a lot of these different topics that kind of are cross-cutting that impact agriculture as it relates to climate change. And so during our January 2023 meeting, so the meeting that we had earlier this year, we were really kind of doing a walkthrough. It was very much kind of an information gathering meeting where we were walking through what does climate change look like at EPA, what different program offices are involved, what's happening in this landscape. For some of those people, it was their very first meeting. Possibly first Federal Advisory Committee meeting at all, again, because it was a new, partially newly seated committee members. And so we really wanted to kind of just walk through what does that look like, what happens at EPA, where are our jurisdictional authorities, what do we have in the standpoint of the kind of, really wrapping, the committee really wrapping its arms around figuring out exactly what kind of topics they'd like to work on. And so the emphasis, I would say the conclusion of that meeting, there was establishment of 3 ad hoc work groups, actually 4, but we ended up condensing one of them down. But really kind of, walking through and looking at climate finance, actually water, energy, I'm going to name them off in order. The water, energy, the water energy nexus. So really in the standpoint, water energy climate nexus. And so what does that look like? And so that particular group has been pretty focused on some of the renewable energy components. They really talked about some, digesters. And so there was big kind of wrapping their heads around, those types of projects and really where EPA's jurisdictional authority lies and how can they support that. We have one group that has been working on really climate adaptation. We had another group that was focused on biotechnology and kind of agricultural inputs, and then a group that was working on social inclusion, climate finance, social inclusion, and technical assistance, and kind of delving into, what are the programs and what are the equities within the EPA landscape. And so again, that meeting was in January. It was a 2-day meeting. It went very well. Like I said, part of the outlay of that meeting was a development of these 4 different ad hoc work groups. We had our second meeting and hosted in Fort Collins, Colorado. That took place in the summer. That was July. And we actually had some field trips where we actually were able to go and just did this committee, but really kind of see some, boots on the ground, specifically in Colorado. So it actually started in Denver and we kind of migrated up. And so we had some really interesting stops, as far as farms were concerned, really understanding some of the conservation specifically on water, because the water rights in Colorado just are very different and some of the challenges are very different, and how they're adjusting to climate change is exceptionally different. And this particular meeting was actually hosted on the campus of Colorado State University. So we also had an opportunity to visit AgNext, and I'm not sure if you all are familiar with that, but AgNext is basically a research center that falls under the College of Agriculture at CSU. And they're pretty innovative in the standpoint of the types of research that they do around enteric fermentation for animals. And so they have like a farm that's there. There's several different types of research projects that are going on. And so just really understanding, looking at kind of greenhouse gas mitigation, but just having that technical component. And again, that meeting we also had, so after the tour, and we got to see a lot of really interesting things, we had a meeting that really talked about, again, some of the updates around some of the funding opportunities, or just kind of where EPA is, some of those jurisdictional opportunities. I'm really looking at also greenhouse gas calculations. We have an inventory that we conduct here at EPA. Kind of, how is that information being updated? How is that information being reported? Some of the metrics and reporting aspects, how we're calculating these benefits, and really kind of doing a walkthrough the standpoint of some of the more substantive. So it really kind of got into some things that the committee had been working on and really focused on those topics. We had a third meeting, so it's been a busy year for FRCC. We had a third meeting in September 28th. It was a virtual meeting. It was really a working meeting. And the committee, some of the ad hoc work groups presented recommendations. I want to say there was actually recommendations for all, again, and I would say just if you actually go back and watch it, I don't know if it's quite posted just yet, but we combined the 4 ad hoc work groups down to 3. The ag inputs and biotechnology were included in the climate adaptation mitigation group. So that group is now 1. However, those topics that they have been working on are still, they're still working on them. But for some other reasons, we decided that we needed to kind of condense them down just from a workflow perspective, in the standpoint of just how we're navigating this in our office. So recommendations were basically voted upon and approved. And so the committee is working diligently to get those recommendations in a final format. And again, there were some recommendations specifically around AgStar, which falls under the Office of Air and Radiation, that really supports anaerobic digesters. Some of the anaerobic digesters specifically, there was some equity language that was approved in the standpoint of just where the committee wants to be as it relates to the equities of technical assistance and program delivery. And so that was approved, and that will actually accompany in the preamble. And then there were also some language around just and some recommendations that again were approved, specifically around our regional ag advisors and kind of their work and how we're engaging with outreach and stakeholder engagement kind of across the space, specifically as it relates to climate, and making sure that those folks are read into how EPA conducts its business kind of across the country. So we're really excited to get those to get that out. And so again, it's been a pretty busy, intense calendar year, and also I would say year for the FRRCC. And really want to kind of maybe just talk a little bit about as Ed mentioned, potentially some collaboration. I know that you all, and I did not listen to what your meeting earlier, so I'm just kind of coming in. But the time that I have participated in the standpoint of some of the work that you all are doing, and some of your focus areas, specifically around some of the greenhouse gas reduction funds. The FRRCC has not been, we've been kind of read in, but we haven't been, actively working on any recommendations around those things. So it'd be really interesting to kind of hear from you all, kind of your work and what that looks like in some areas that you all kind of see collaboration, kind of given the kind of work that we've been doing up until this point. We anticipate having our next meeting either at the end of January or beginning of February, but that is not announced publicly. We have not quite narrowed that down, but we're hoping to have a winter meeting in the next couple of months. And again, we're continuing to work through some of the work products and some of the topics that the committee is interested in. So I don't know, I didn't have like long updates, but I will maybe pin it back over to Ed if you want to add something or something that I missed or have a question.
So I know this is a topic that's near and dear to a couple of members' hearts. So I'm happy to throw it open for questions. If anybody has any thoughts, I can call on. Go ahead, George.
Thank you. George Kelly with Earth Recovery Partners. Venus, great to see you again.
So good to
It's
see you.
great.
Oh, full disclaimer, Ed also he came to our meeting. I'm so sorry, I didn't even mention that, but you came in person, so we were so happy to have you. And
That was George.
the
George,
climate
yeah,
piece.
he did go to the meeting.
No,
I think
it was a great
Yeah.
meeting, fantastic. We're taking some notes from you all. We're going to do some field tours this time, so it's a wonderful thing. But I had asked Greg earlier about the interface of FIFRA and the Endangered Species Act and some of the new notices relating to that and the compliance with pesticide registration with endangered species issues. I'm wondering whether your group's dealing with that. And also, we work a lot with grazing folks, large scale landowners who are trying to evaluate all these different models for soil health on the grazing front. And just curious about your thoughts. I mean, we recently were using a model called Decent, and in order to use it for public disclosure, they're now charging $100,000 as part of that exercise when it was historically free. So, there's a real need on the modeling side and the coalescence on that. I'm just curious on that one too.
Okay. So to answer your first question, we have not been involved in any of the ESA. So there's a lot happening. Obviously, for those that don't know, that's the Endangered Species Act. We have to be compliant within kind of the EPA. And I would say, I kind of really play kind of dual roles at EPA. So I'm in the Ag Advisor's Office, so we support all the equities across the agency that deal with ag. And then I'm also the DFO for the FRRCC. So I will say on my DFO hat, we are not tackling that. We do have another federal advisory committee, the PPDC, which is a pesticide program dialogue committee, which falls under the Office of Pesticide, OCSPP, Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention. And so I don't know if they're tackling some of this. I know there's a lot happening in this particular space. There's herbicide strategy that's still open right now for public comment. There is a vulnerable species pilot project. There's a lot happening specifically around kind of the ESA FIFRA side of the house. And while we recognize that there's some things that contribute to, kind of climate change and how, vulnerable weather and kind of variability that has that impact and has, can impact pests and lots of other things, growing conditions. The committee is not necessarily tackling that just yet. I have heard some conversations internally a little bit about it, but nothing that they've really kind of I would say kind of latched onto. And again, we try to make sure that we're not competing with the other federal advisory committees as far as the topics that we're taking on. So that was the answer to your first question. And then the second question, Decent. That is that's new. I don't think I've heard that before. So this is news to me. I guess maybe something that we should, possibly look into. I have not heard that they're charging. But I will say from a modeling perspective, there's a lot of work that's going on right now as it relates to, how are we capturing, how are we verifying this data, as we're, potentially inputting a lot of climate smart practices and conservation practices. How is that information being captured? How is that information being taken on? How are we verifying this? So there's a lot of kind of discussion, and some of that falls outside of kind of the direct EPA, because a lot of times you have third parties that are coming in and doing some of this work. But again, to your point, especially now, if there's a fee that's being charged, that potentially changes the cadence a little bit of how how farmers and stakeholders can work to verify or kind of go through that process. There's a lot of different things happening in the climate smart space. So we have not heard that before, but maybe that's something that we need to kind of go back and look into. And full disclaimer, Decent actually comes out of the USDA side, even though they use EPA data. So that might fall outside a little bit of our jurisdiction, but I think that's something that it's worthwhile for us to at least consider and maybe try to get some additional information about.
Thanks, Venus. George, so this part of the agenda, I'm just going to try to refresh our kind of minds about why we have this, is that As you'll recall, Janet McKay, when she came, I think a couple of years ago, she really encouraged EFAB and I think other advisory committees to coordinate on kind of overlapping issues or a collaboration that we could do. And I know that there are members on this committee who are very interested in ag issues, environmental finance issues associated with ag issues. So that's why I think we started this kind of updates and collaboration with this particular one. Now, there are other advisory committees, as Venus mentioned, that deal with specific issues related to pesticide, specific issues related to water. I think there's another advisory committee, right, Tara, under the water? Doesn't the water office have another advisory committee also? I did not. Thank you, because I could not have come up with that. So one thing that I'd like kind of the members to keep in mind is that we could come back to discuss this discussion about, Carrie, how we could potentially have better coordination with groups on specific issues that touch environmental finance, but in media areas. Right. So on the ESA issue, I mean, even if there's not a specific environmental finance concern about that, when we're in DC, we could have subject matter experts. In this case, I think Jake Lee is the one who's leading this for the agency. When we're in DC, we could, as a matter of process, to get subject matter experts to come in and talk about kind of particular issue. For you to the group to explore what are some of the intersections that EFAB might have. So ESA, I see that as that kind of a topic because I think it's very controversial right now in the field, and there's a lot of work that's going on that we haven't done in decades at EPA. So it may be a matter of interest to folks who are interested in ag issues to do that. But I'm not sure that that's in line with sort of the EFABs, unless you all decide after hearing that it's in the core business of environmental finance work, right? So that's why I just wanted to kind of clarify that. The other is, remember, it's not just the farm group, but also with we did this with the NEJAC, the National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. Also, we engaged with them, and I don't think we have an update this meeting on that. But again, I know there are members who are interested in kind of the community engagement and funding for the community side, and so I'd like to make sure that we kind of embrace what Janet offered to us and connect with them. But I think we really need to figure out what are the actual convergence on issues, and then who and how Carrie would coordinate with them. And I really did appreciate George going to, did you go to Fort Collins, George? And so he did attend their meeting. And I think that's one approach, which is to have a rep from this group to attend other advisory committees, and also inviting, other advisory committee reps to join our meeting and so on. But that's something that we can talk more about, Carrie, later on. Yeah, tomorrow perhaps.
I just want to maybe kind of follow up to one thing that you mentioned, Ed. And again, this is really just I'm gonna put my DFO hat on. Something for potentially EFAB to consider especially if you are considering maybe delving into a little bit of the ESA component, because there is a quote unquote pick list of a lot of different types of practices. And so those practices, some of them are pretty expensive. And so if we're looking at some of the recommendations of the agency, some of the mitigation measures specifically around supporting ESA, and then what does that look like kind of in the real-time aspect of how do those things get financed, right? And how are financial institutions even approaching that? Is there a model that's in place? Are there best practices? I mean, how are they denoting impact? And it's one thing about being compliant, but there's some other pieces in the conservation side of the house as well. So again, not to send you all down any weird rabbit holes, but definitely kind of thinking through what the agency is doing, and then how does that actually relate to the financial components, and how farmers and ag producers and landowners are implementing these things, and can they do it, and how and what are the financial means and then requirements to access those resources to do those things.
We have Ashley and then Dave, and don't forget to identify yourself.
Hi everyone, Ashley Allen Jones, IT Capital. Nice to see you all, sorry I'm not there in person. Venus, thank you for joining again. As Carrie and Ed know, I've been extremely interested in this topic and tracking it at every turn and watching what you've been doing. So great work. Just to get all the way down to brass tacks, there are a couple members of EFAB that are working right now directly with members of your group on climate smart commodities, big climate smart commodities projects, and really dealing with the precise nexus of finance, climate, water, energy, et cetera. And while the USDA program is not the scope of the EPA GGRG program, it's making a dent in the market and in terms of thinking and strategic partnerships, et cetera. And I think that there's an enormous opportunity right now for a really specific collaboration just around climate smart commodities, ag, finance, greenhouse gas. Those are big topics, but actually I think we could narrow it to some really tactical things around finance. And the USDA program excludes the funding and finance of biodigesters, which is fascinating to me as a participant in this board and in the sector. But so there's already a big gap around a lot of the work that the climate smart commodities teams are doing and what's happening in the sort of energy biodigester field. There's a conference that's happening in a couple of weeks at Iowa State that's going to be looking specifically at anaerobic digestion on the farm. And so that's yet another place where this topic will be talked about. So I just am really eager to roll up sleeves and find, even if it's a narrow charge that we could get working on, I think we would do a great service to EPA and USDA and ag and climate by getting going on them. So,
and just building on that, thank you, Ashley. I thank you for raising that. We know there are many people passionate about this intersection. This board, also having come through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund charge, brings that lens and knowledge to a potential joint charge or exploratory, depending on where you all decide, if you decide to move forward on an exploratory. But I think that's another interesting intersection point that's right in EPA's wheelhouse.
So I will respond. So first of all, I agree, and for those who have not necessarily interacted with me, spoiler alert, I worked for USDA for 6 years, specifically around some of the digester work. So I've been in this space for a very long time. I will also be at the conference. I'm also moderating one of the panels. Rod will be at the conference as well. So this is something that's really close to our wheelhouse in the standpoint of, really understanding what you mentioned, kind of this intersection, this nexus, and making sure that it's done right. There's a lot of, competing interests, but depending on how it's proposed and how it's developed and obviously implemented and executed, could have some significant benefits to farms and the environment and otherwise. I will say that because the FRRCC has just advanced recommendations specifically around this topic, maybe that's something that we could potentially consider building upon those. And so I'm happy to share those recommendations that were approved as they are kind of finalized and put into its proper format. And again, the committee has not necessarily done away with that particular topic. I think they kind of got as far as they could go, kind of given the breadth of where we were, some of the timing, obviously the funding, the GGRF, kind of where it is in its process right now. And is it right for us to make, recommendations just yet, or has it not quite got there, depending on just, a lot of variable factors, including but not limited to where USDA is in their climate smart commodities, program, kind of what that looks like. But I'm definitely happy to engage. And again, this is something that the committee, that the FRRCC is already working on, and kind of just got to a space where this is where it kind of landed. But they're also, I think there's some of our members will be at the anaerobic digester conference in a few
Awesome.
weeks. So I think that this is an opportunity for us to continue the conversation and then kind of see where it goes. So, I will take my cues from obviously the EFAB leadership, but I do think that there's some opportunity for us to really kind of explore.
Excellent.
So I'll do a proper plug. I think Tara's going to send you the link to this conference. It's called Anaerobic Digestion on the Farm Conference, and it's November 6th through the 8th at in Ames, Iowa. And I think, Tara, I just sent the link that you all should be getting it. It's a great place to visit in November, Iowa. Why are you laughing, Craig? Oh, good. And then the other thing that I just want to expand what hopefully I'm getting what Carrie's saying, Ashley, is that we could discuss, the board could discuss forming a specific exploratory committee on the smart agriculture issue, because I think it's been kind of stewing for a while. And I can tell that Craig and Ashley, your energy has not subsided. So maybe this is something that we can further discuss later on the agenda for us to actually take it up, because I think if this board decides to take an exploratory group with a specific kind of set of expectations, maybe that's the trigger for Venus and the Farm Advisory Group. I'm going to shorthand that Farm Advisory Group to also potentially join us as a matter of process, because they could also join this group or vice versa. We can have another proposal for them. So.
Right.
I'm taking that as Carrie, I think that's what you're getting at on this.
I think so.
The only thing that I will also just mention for kind of everybody's edification is that that the ad hoc work group also met, had more than one meeting with USD and RCS. So there's definitely some funding streams outside of kind of the climate smart commodity component. There's some other things as well. And so I think potentially I obviously don't be dismayed in the standpoint of if, a certain type of technology is not, under one umbrella, there may be some other types, and I'm actually certain that there are other sources of funding that will also kind of extend. So, and kind of really maybe to your point, kind of exploring some of those aspects, even with the USDA side, even if it falls outside of that initial umbrella. I still think that there are resources there. And again, I think the meeting in a couple of weeks will kind of highlight some of those things.
Absolutely. Well, and Craig and I will be there co-moderating a panel. So if we make some progress today, even if we don't make some progress today, I assure you we'll track you down.
That sounds like a plan.
Your blessing, right, Ed?
I don't know if I'll make it, but I could tell you that it is. I have also an affinity for Ames, Iowa, because that's where my wife's from. So not that it's important to many of you, but I just want to tell you that I would like to be there. Yes, it's important to me. And the only other thing that I want to plug about this is that there's high level leadership from USDA and EPA attending this conference, as well as the commissioner, environmental commissioner of Iowa, and the ag commissioner from Iowa as well. So it's going to be a very important conference. So I'm really glad that Craig and Ashley are going to be part of that, and Venus, of course. Thank you.
Dave?
Dave Wagner, Wolpert Engineering and National Academy of Sciences. First off, thank you, Venus, for going to Fort Collins. As an alumni of CSU, I appreciate you coming to the West, especially since being a resident of the Colorado River Basin, 74% of our water goes to agriculture. And this is a huge issue, not just to us residents inside the basin, the 40 million of us who use water from the Colorado River Basin, but it's important because of what it is as a relation to the economies and to just the space in Colorado. It's also in the Colorado Basin. Also, we have 30 Native American tribes, and about half of those 30 tribes have agriculture as one of their key components of their economies, and how they're using that water is very important. The last thing I'll say, and then get off here, trying to do the connection piece that Ed challenged us to do, is that the Water Policy Committee, which used to be the old water sub-cabinet for the government that was set up first by, initially by President Obama, but the point is all the agencies are involved in trying to coordinate water. EPA is a member of the Water Policy Committee. And one of the big issues they're looking at now are water reuse, water efficiency, water management, especially in the drought prone areas that are being impacted by climate change. And Ed, since you're going to be for the next year in our basin, this is something we want to get you engaged in through your work at ASU, because it's extremely important that we are looking at good policy as we implement these water issues in terms of quality, quantity, efficiency management, and also that there is this nexus between what finance is doing, how we're managing infrastructure, how we're implementing the public taxpayer dollars to ensure that we have a sustainable future in terms of water in the basin. So I would encourage you to keep coming to the Colorado River Basin and helping our agricultural community. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Any other comments or questions for Venus? Do we, so Venus, you said that you were going to share some of the information on the charges that the group is working on. I think that would be terrific for this board to understand kind of where your group is at.
Okay. Definitely, I can do that. And I will also share when it's publicly available, the recommendations that came out. So again, we had a meeting just several weeks ago. And the committee is working on getting those kind of in the final format to submit to the administrator. But again, that might be a really good opportunity to kind of look at that from your committee's perspective, from your board's perspective, and say, how can we build upon those things? Like, here's what, the committee has already come up with. These are the recommendations that have been made. These are some of the topics. Again, some of them are definitely focused on digesters. Some of them are focused on kind of the intersection of how EPA conducts its business. Some of it, really on the climate kind of finance funding aspects, really looking at ways, from an equity lens, and being very intentional about, how we are approaching and delivering technical assistance and financial resources, because there's a lot of, there's a lot of money that's going to be moving. And again, granted, a little bit different, I would say, from the USDA aspect, because a lot of our funds go through, the vast majority of them, they grow through the regions and then they're distributed from region to state. So that looks and feels very, very different from, say, some of the traditional USDA type funding. That again, some of it's the same, some of it's very different, but kind of really look, kind of highlighting those things. And I would say one of the things that's been really helpful, so I've always been a fan of EFAB, is again having the background and working for rural development. And understanding kind of those funding pieces and how lenders are viewing these things, and how proposals have to be developed to make sure that they're sustainable, not only from the environmental components and to meet those mandates, right? And satisfy the program objectives, but also from a financial perspective and making sure that it in fact, supports the bottom line. And I think that's, that's really important. It's really important from the ag perspective, from the rural communities perspective, but also from where you all sit as well.
And I think value stacking the different incentives and federal programs and crowding in private capital sustainably in models that can scale could be very exciting. So for those members that have been very interested in this topic, it sounds like, good sense to, when publicly available, look at the recommendations. And tomorrow, I think we're going to talk about future charges, or later today.
We don't have an agenda for this. So my recommendation.
Can we do it in the chair's corner tomorrow?
We could. And so my recommendation is, since we have a few minutes right now.
Because I would love to do a show of interest.
Yeah, that's what because I think the process that we've used so far is just informally asking Craig and Ashley to be involved in this, but I think there is now seemingly a
path for engagement.
So Ashley and Craig, what do you say about that? And we'd like to hear from
other members who might be interested in forming an exploratory charge work group to see if there's a way to build on top of the FRCC recommendations.
And find the intersection with environmental finance, right?
Yeah.
That's the key.
Any comments?
Well, it goes without saying that I'm game.
Okay, Ashley's game. And Dave is game.
I don't want to be a team of one.
I'll make it 3.
All right.
Awesome.
But it's also topic sensitive, meaning if it's heavy on biodigesters, it may be different. Yeah,
Yeah.
on the water side that Dave mentioned, very interested.
Well, I think that
in
will be the point of the
Yeah,
exploratory is to figure out where there's a point of collaboration and interest for the board. Okay, so well, we have 4. Any other takers? All right. A team of 4. Pollution prevention was a mighty team of 4, as I recall.
I'm only going to throw this out here for just for the benefit of the board. There's also been conversations around other types of technologies within the FRRCC. So while I think the recommendations have kind of a digester focus, there's also been conversations around drones and some, siting solar in certain places. And so I think that there may be some other things that that the FRRCC would be interested in exploring, because again, the recommendations kind of are focused on the digesters, but that's not the only thing that's been discussed, and I don't think that would be the only thing that would be potentially considered. So I'll just throw that out there because I didn't really get into the other types of technology, but we are not definitely technology agnostic kind of the FRRCC. Yeah. We're not necessarily hyper focused on one versus another. It was just kind of what rose to the top.
Where you're focused right now.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I think it's timely for EFAB to engage in this way, coming off the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund charge, and those applications are in, and selections will be made in the spring. There's a lot of potential overlap there as a new funding source that's very focused on crowding in private capital.
And Carrie, I just, for those of us who are at Climate Week, I mean, there was a lot of conversation about agriculture, but to get our arms around it, I don't think there was a lot of solid things that you can put arms around, even during Climate Week, on agriculture. So I think this would be an interesting topic, but I think, as George said, because of what it could look like. I mean, there's so many things that you can actually tackle in this particular subject area. I think really being focused, but not, Venus, not to contradict what you're saying, but not just necessarily the farm technology focus, but how does it really relate to greenhouse gas reductions
and financing?
And financing.
The financing thereof.
That's the I think the nexus that we're looking for, so that this group, with your energy, if you can help us with that as an exploratory group, I think that would be a good step forward.
Yeah.
And I would add that, I mean, the financing piece is so there's such a strong connection between the financing piece and the social justice piece, because finance is easier to do at scale, right? We can finance massive anything almost. But when you start to look to access more fragmented, more hard to reach communities, the fragmentation issue becomes front and center for financing. So I think there's an elegant way for us to weave this, George and Craig and others, that is agnostic enough but rings several critical bells.
Yeah, and Ashley, I'm thinking about the work we did with pollution prevention and bringing CDFIs into the conversation and local banks into the conversation, which is so critical when we're thinking about farm financing, right? So,
absolutely. But there are the gaps, right? It's not as turnkey as we'd like to think it is.
Right. And I will say that actually dovetails very well with the ad hoc work group that's climate finance, social inclusion, and technical assistance. We have an entire ad hoc work group that's just focused on these things. And so I feel like there's definitely significant overlap. I will not publicly agree to do anything because I'll have to talk to the chair and make sure she's okay. But I don't see, I mean, I think that there's definitely opportunity for collaboration, and I will just kind of speak that I think that we're open to exploring and considering, but will not necessarily publicly agree until after the chair has been briefed and agrees, just from a protocol and process perspective.
Of course.
So if we're gonna make it official, we
We
do
should do
have
a
to,
vote.
yeah, we need
Mhm.
to do a vote on this. But before we ask Carrie to move towards that, one other thing that's really kind of just from my being in the ag belt in the Midwest, one thing that has really come up on social and equity issues, it's really about small rural communities. So I think that's another, and I know in the water world in the Western United States, that's also a big issue in addition to the tribal community. So I think there's a lot of intersections here, but again, we're looking for the environmental finance, kind of the core of the work that this group is responsible for. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Carrie, for an official vote on this.
Yes, or do we do motions here? Can I get a?
Yes, we need a motion.
Can I get a motion to approve an exploratory work group around collaboration with FRCC? Great, Dave. Can I get a second on that? Sanjeev, second. Excellent. Can we do a show of hands vote? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It looks like it's unanimously passed. Well, thank you, Dave and Craig and Ashley and George, for this, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts as you go along. And please reach out if I can be helpful in any way.
And needless to say this, but we will have staffing support for this, Ashley, Craig, and Dave, and George, so that we will do some organization as we do with all the groups on this. Yeah, great, thank you, Tara.
Any final thoughts for Venus? Thank you so much for coming back and continuing to come back and update us. Very excited to see the progress that your group is making.
Well, thank you again for having me. And I look forward to continued collaboration and just wish you all best of luck for the remaining of your meeting. So
Great.
Thank you.
I think with that, we're breaking for lunch.
On your own.
Lunch on your own, and we'll be back at 1. And we have a great panel that we're looking to tee up some topics for the board. And this topic is around private sector investment and resiliency, or what's not happening in private sector investment and resiliency, and beginning to get educated on that topic and see if there may be a future charge around that. So that's at 1 o'clock, and we'll see you back maybe a couple minutes before.
And near you, in a piece of paper, there is a set of local restaurants if you are having lunch at a restaurant right there. Thank you.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. We're going to come back to our afternoon session. And I understand that our speakers have joined us, right? Lori and Tara? Okay, great. There they are, marvel of modern technology. Clint. Yeah. And Angela, good to see you both. All right. So I will, this is a discussion about private sector investment in resiliency. And the only thing that I'll say up front is that this particular, it's more of an informational discussion for the board. There's not an action item required for this, but the genesis of this was that I ran into Carrie and Laurie Collins at the Climate Week this year, and we've attended some events together, and there was a great deal of discussion that we were particularly interested in regarding investments in climate resiliency projects. And so Laurie graciously agreed to put a panel together. So that's the genesis of this. And we have really great distinguished guests as panelists. And they're, I think, joining from many thousands of miles away. So we appreciate you joining us late in the day there. So Laurie, I'm going to turn it over to you to kick it off. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I'm going to give a little context and then I will introduce our two panelists that are already online here with us. So the topic today is private sector investment in climate resilience. And I thought I would give a little context and just get on the same page as far as what I'm talking about. Hopefully we'll all be talking about the same things. And then I'll introduce the panelists and tee up some conversation. So the objective today is really just to raise awareness of this issue and have some discussion on it. And then maybe tee up some discussion around what can the federal government do where the EPA or the EFAB could play a role. But there may or may not be a charge that comes out of this at this point. That's maybe down the road. So I thought I would start off by just giving some numbers. I thought I had way too many numbers here, so I'll cut it back. But just to give some context for the discussion. And I'm sure everyone is sort of aware of this, but just to give some context. So climate and weather disasters have caused roughly $120 billion in damages per year since 2017. And the insurance sector now cites climate change as the top risk above things like cybersecurity. The world's largest corporations face $1 trillion in estimated financial risk from climate change. So this is part of what's motivating companies to think about, we can't just wait for the government to deal with this. We've got to get ahead of it. And this is not necessarily in the future. Just this year, the US has suffered billion-dollar climate catastrophes 24 times so far this year. So this is a issue that's upon us. And I guess the challenge is that for the private sector, when I say private sector, that's everything from venture capitalists, private equity, publicly traded companies, private sector at large, hasn't really figured out how to make money on climate resilience and adaptation. So, in broad terms, resilience is tools that help communities bounce back from disasters. Adaptation is more about long-term changing systems. And the private sector hasn't quite seen it as a investable asset class and how to make money on it. So that's a lot of what we're trying to generate more conversation and sharing about. So just to kind of give a little bit more, and just in terms of that, the Climate Policy Initiative, which is a nonprofit that tracks this type of spending, estimates about $632 billion in climate finance flowed in the 2020 timeframe, but only about 10% of that was adaptation. And of that relatively small amount for adaptation, only 2% was from the private sector. Everything else was governments. So there's a big opportunity to funnel more private sector capital. And just in terms of when we talk about resilience and adaptation, just to give a few examples, like, what are you talking about? So for flooding, flood mitigation technologies,
water storage technologies. This group in general is more focused on water, but it could be air purification systems. I was talking with Courtney last night about the situation with wildfires in the Seattle region. Well, yeah, that was never an issue, 10 years ago, but now the value of having air quality monitoring or air purification systems is much more of an urgent and present need. And there's also health related issues, as we all know, but there are things that are just becoming more prominent, like child asthma, caused by, what can the healthcare industry do to help create more treatments, vaccines, disease prevention from a lot of things that are beginning to occur. So that's the kinds of things that you were trying to encourage the private sector to think about. How does the private sector help invest in these technologies? I want to, just two other things, and then I'll introduce the panel. So barriers for the private sector. First of all, what do you mean? What is a climate adaptation solution? What do you mean by that? What is the definition? So trying to help the private sector understand, here are the hazards, wildfire, flooding, et cetera. We know the impacts of these things. Here's some ideas for solutions to help the private sector start seeing that as a sector, and helping the private sector figure out how to make money on it. So it could be things like looking at avoided losses. What's the net present value of the avoided losses? Because a lot of the adaptation solutions tend to be thought of just as cost, not as an investment. So how do we change the thinking about that and reframe it? And then, what's the opportunity for long-term returns? And as far as motivators, the fact that companies are looking at $1 trillion in potential damages, that's motivating. They can't just sit back and wait for that to happen. That's a motivator. There's regulatory pressure. There's investor pressure for companies to look at their physical climate risk. There's equity and justice goals, because we know that climate disasters disproportionately affect disadvantaged communities. So that's a motivator. There's impact investor interest. And there's just demand for solutions. And so, demand for solutions drives innovation, drives new product development, creating investable opportunities. So that's some context. We have with us today Clint Bartlett from the UN Development Program and Angela Aducci from Aon. So as Ed said, we all saw each other at Climate Week in New York a few weeks ago. I was participated in panels with both Angela and Clint. Clint led a panel discussion on private sector investment in resilience. We had BlackRock and other major financial institutions on that panel. It was very interesting. And then Angela participated in a panel that I helped host with the Global Adaptation Resilience Investment Group. And so I've just recently heard both of them speak. I was really excited about what they had to say. So I'm going to tee up a few questions to get us going. I also want to recognize Jeff Deal. He and I have talked. I figured you come from an infrastructure bank. Of course, you're going to have some opinions on this. So Jeff is also prepared to talk a little bit about some of his insights from the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. All right, so let's just get started. So I thought I would start actually with Clint. And Clint, let me just start off with this question. This group has just come out of a lot of work on decarbonization. We just did a lot of work on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Initiative, and we know there's a lot of money flowing in from the federal government between the Inflation Reduction Act, the bilateral infrastructure law. There's a lot of money flowing in for both resilience and decarbonization. But since the private sector seems to be able to get their arms around investing in mitigation and decarbonization, is there a way to leverage those investments and better integrate resiliency with those decarbonization investments? And anything else you want to share? If you want to introduce yourself further, everybody has your bio, but if there's anything you want to share as a preamble, just to get the conversation going.
Okay, great. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Laurie. And well, not evening, it's evening where I am, but afternoon to everybody there. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. I'm with you all in spirit. So maybe a little bit of context or background that's not in my bio. I am a private sector animal. So I'm a capitalist. I was trained in capitalist thinking, and I believe that capitalism in the sense of making money or making profit is the way to sustain things. So a lot of the things that you're going to hear may not line up with that, but I wanted to begin with that because I think it's important, number one, that the language when speaking to the private sector, we all realize that the private sector has a specific kind of language. I don't want to be too unfair or too kind of aggressive in my thinking, but I would say that the private sector language is fairly rigid and fairly narrow. So I think that's important, firstly, to note. I think the second thing to say is why, when one looks at incentivizing investment into something which ordinarily the investors wouldn't do, and you look at the argument that you're going to make money, there is a very important distinction between something being profitable and maximizing return or operating in a kind of extractive way. So you can have a project or an entity or a solution that makes money, is profitable, and therefore sustains itself in the long term, versus a project or an asset or an instrument or a solution which maximizes profit above all else, and then creates a whole bunch of negative outcomes which are not taken into account when we talk about profit maximizing. Third aspect I'd like to mention, I'll mention one or two things and I'll come to the specific question, because in thinking about this discussion, I had a couple of things that I wanted to kind of throw onto the table, which hopefully is helpful. So the third aspect I'd like to mention is often we consider resilience or the lack of resilience with a kind of a backward looking lens. This idea being that this is not to reference what Laurie was saying, because I know she's taken information from the kind of the building up, the kind of narrative around resilience building, but it's often look what happened in the past, look which was the damage that caused in the past, look who was disproportionately affected in the past. What we're learning in the UNDP world is that the lack of resilience is actually extremely forward facing. And from a systemic perspective, we're beginning to see it, or we're already seeing it in a lot of the countries where we work. So a lot of the work that we do are in LDCs, the kind of the global south. And it's instructive because if you look at a country like Uganda, or you look at a country like, let's say the Philippines or Sudan, Sudan's a good example where we have several projects. One framing is to look at that country and to say, look, this country is quite obviously behind us. It's in a temporal time of its life where it is behind us, we are ahead of it, and we're looking back to what we were and we are no longer. But there could be another framing where we look at a system and we actually see that that is in front of us unless we sort out the kind of system fragilities. So the fourth aspect I'd like to suggest is that when looking at kind of examples across the world, when we look at systems where there's conflict that's apparent, where the systems are fragile, where there's institutional voids, there's societal voids, it may be an error to look at that system and say, well, we're not going to get there because quite obviously that system is behind us. It might be a warning. It might be that if we are not able to do X, Y, and Z, that is a system that awaits us. And if that's the kind of framing that one looks at, it's then a bit of an easier movement to look at aspects like health, to look at aspects like income, to look at aspects like, economics. You're then able to see how decarbonization has immediate impact, but it also has severe and dire, or not, sorry, wrong word, not dire, it has severe and significant impacts on the system. For argument's sake, when we look at a lot of these degraded systems that have been brought about primarily because of climate change, there's a huge amount of conflict in it. And the message that I want to get across here is not that the conflict has arisen because the system in itself is some kind of fragile, there's some kind of deficiency there, but possibly because the system itself cannot hold as a result of the climate consequence. And so that's the message around looking forward.
Picking up on your comment about the system cannot hold, I'm going to throw the next question to Angela. So we see, as far as the system cannot hold, we see already major insurance companies getting out of, well, the California market in particular. So Allstate, State Farm, and Farmers have all gotten out of the homeowner insurance market in California, which of course has huge implications for even, you know, property values in those markets. So Angela, would love to ask you to comment on that. And, you know, how do we draw insurance companies back into these markets?
Yeah, Lori, thanks so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, and apologies for the dorky headset. I'm in the office today. So just to kind of, you know, lay some groundwork, I come from adaptation and resilience, specifically from an infrastructure perspective. So I don't always get to talk about these topics, but when I do, you know, I really enjoy engaging in these conversations. And when you ask about the implications of the insurers coming out of these markets, they're significant. And it's a very, very tough challenge that a lot of different people, both inside of and external to the insurance industry, find to be very pressing and challenging and important. These states often, you know, California and Florida come to mind specifically. They often have state government-backed programs that are intended to act as an insurer of last resort. And now we're increasingly seeing these programs having to take on more and more and riskier, you know, challenges because of, you know, the private market exiting. And it also puts quite a bit of pressure on the federal government, not just because there's calls for the federal government to act as a backstop, but because existing programs like the NFIP, again, have to step in where it's an expansion of their mandate past perhaps what these programs were initially intended to serve as. So really, what I tend to think of as a good example of where the federal government has stepped in and kind of drawn insurers back into the market is actually after 9/11, where there were major reinsurer losses. There were a lot of exits from the market because of, you know, it just made business sense to the private market. And the government came in and they passed the Terrorism Risk Insurance Act. And this program was designed to step in, provide comfort to the market, draw private insurers back in. And you know, obviously it's important to understand that terrorism and climate risk are very different risk profiles and they can't be addressed in the same way. But I think if you look at a program like TRIP and how successful it has been at insurers and reinsurers re-entering the market, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned from what are, you know, very different risks, but what has ultimately been a successful program. So I guess in summation, it's a difficult situation and there's a lot of very smart people working on it, but I think there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from where the government, the federal government or state governments have successfully stepped in the past and how they can become not a catch-all, but instead, you know, draw in the private market so that they are doing what they need to do.
Can you talk a little bit about de-risking? That's one of the topics you touched on at Climate Week. How does de-risking work and who pays for it?
Absolutely. And we've spoken about this in the past. Risk can mean a lot of different things. So there's economic risk, there's financial risk, systemic risk, physical risk, transition risk. And what I do at Aon is I look at all these different types of risks, specifically as they relate to natural disaster and government entities, and where the government and private sector entities can better partner. And so, you know, in some cases, adaptation is the solution to these dimensions of risk, and in other situations, adaptation is impacted by these dimensions of risk. And in some cases, both are true. One role for insurance that I think is somewhat underexplored is the role of de-risking in creating private capital leverage for public programs or for crowding in private capital. So government and private sector clearly have very different goals and mandates. For the private sector, you know, it's making money, achieving returns, doing business. For the government, that is secondary to whatever that agency's, stated mission is, what their mandate is, and they often see themselves as a catch-all for all the problems that the private sector cannot solve. And so when you look at something like adaptation finance and what may be seen as a risky investment for the private sector or something that's not aligned with the returns that they want to achieve, what we really see is an imbalance of risk tolerance. So the government or a government agency may be willing to take a higher level of risk because it aligns with their mandate, and the private sector may be down here. And what is really critical about risk management in insurance is that proper risk management and de-risking can actually bring that risk tolerance up for the private sector because they see that volatility can be reduced through proper risk management. So I think that creates a lot of opportunity to maximize leverage. You've just mentioned the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. That program has very ambitious leverage goals. And in order to crowd in the private capital that is aligned with those goals, there's going to need to be a significant amount of risk management to get private sector entities comfortable with co-investing alongside the GGRF entities. So, you talk about who's paying for it. I would say we're all kind of paying for it right now, just on the back end. And what de-risking does is it allows you to have a little bit of comfort that the volatility has been mitigated on the back end, and then move that capital over to the front end for things like mitigation and adaptation finance. So in summary, I would say there's a massively underexplored avenue where insurance and risk management can be hugely additive to adaptation finance and what you all are looking to achieve.
Great. Yeah, jump in, please.
Yeah, thanks. I think there is also a very fundamental difference in the markets between adaptation and mitigation. When we talk about the leverage impacts of Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, well, the private sector has been very interested in the clean energy space, especially renewables and energy efficiency. Why? Because there's a significant economic impact of that, which is a cost reduction for those, whether it's public sector, commercial, or residential. Significant cost reduction in the near term of those projects. So that's how you pay for those, right? And that's, we talk about the private sector needs a return and they need to make money. More fundamental from an adaptation point of view is how do we pay for it? Where's the money stream that comes from that to actually pay for the insurance or the de-risking? And in the mitigation space, part of it, especially in renewables and energy efficiency, it's pretty clear, because if you do these projects, you have more available income to pay for the private sector financing. So private sector has been much more interested, I think, in the mitigation than the adaptation, because the returns of that adaptation are much longer term and are much more like an insurance policy, because you may not have an event, right? You may create a very resilient community that doesn't have that event, but the one next door might. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges we continue to see in this is how do we create that benefit and payment stream that enables communities and the private sector as an adapter to pay for the funding, to get the financing, to get it done today sooner, so that we can avoid those incidents of extreme weather events or climate change. I think that continues to be the biggest challenge of how do we crowd in private sector capital into this when there isn't a clear income stream. We have stormwater utilities that are popping up around the country. That creates the revenue stream. We talk about, okay, if you reduce the risk of events in your community, you've got an economic benefit of stores aren't closed when it floods. So that creates a potential, much like a TIF, a tax increment in the future. You can get reduction in insurance policies, but insurance companies run this global or national or significantly regional risk profile that they've got a diversified risk across a number of different areas, whereas adaptation is really in one area. And so you have, to a certain degree, potentially increased risk in that area. So your reduction in insurance premiums isn't going to pay for it. And again, how do you pay for it? Who gets the benefits? Is it, there's a lot of in adaptation. If one community does something, there may be impacts, positive impacts on communities around, but that's not on the back. We talked about the CSO project in Hartford last night. We've got a large third phase in Providence, Rhode Island, and it's all on the back of the ratepayers in that area. Yet a cleaner Narragansett Bay has significant economic impact for the state and the tourism industry that's not getting picked up by who's paying for that CSO project.
So let me take a moment, just thoughts from the group, any questions or anything that folks, Carrie?
So Carrie O'Neill from Inclusive Prosperity Capital. What comes to mind for me is that we're, as you're talking about, Jeff, we're not underwriting the true risk, and we're not realizing or recognizing or pricing in the true risk. And one could imagine beginning to underwrite to reduced insurance premiums, but that's hardly like the social, all the externalities that are not being priced in. And so is this like we need to catch up our modeling exercises here in the US to really capture that more appropriately and make it part of the conversation? Or are insurance companies just going to force the issue because they're going to keep pulling out of different asset classes, different markets, different.
I think one of the other things too is what are the impacts and who enjoys them? I mean, I think Clint and Angela both talked about how government can support certain ways. Angela talked about in the insurance industry. We have catastrophe bonds that have been done in a variety of, the World Bank supported the issuance of catastrophe bonds in the Caribbean basin. And so we have, whether it's multilaterals, NGOs, or governments coming in to help support these ways of financing adaptation that helps the private sector get a little bit more comfortable with it. Again, part of its regulation, part of its support. We talked about the terrorism support, but also, the World Bank is supporting catastrophe bonds. So if there is a catastrophe, that is reduced. But you still got to pay for the debt until, and hopefully not, that you get an event. So
Tom Carroll has his hand up.
Tom
Thank
Carroll?
Thank you. Yeah. Tom Carroll from the National Association of Mutual Insurance Companies. I wanted to add a couple of points to a few points that were made earlier. First of all, the insurance companies are not pulling out of those states. What they're doing is they're basically saying that based upon the insurance commissioner's rate setting, they cannot take on new policies. They're continuing to service the old policies, but the amounts that the states are allowing them to use under rate making procedures that we don't necessarily agree with, we cannot afford to protect the existing policyholders by taking on new ones. For example, in California, the state precludes insurance companies from using any future data, of which climate change would be part of, how climate change is changing. We can only look at past data, and as climate change gets worse, we're not allowed to price upon that. So that becomes very difficult, which goes to one of Jeffrey's points of that state by state, these issues are nuanced, that Nebraska is not going to have the same issues as California, and that, Iowa is not going to have the same issues as Rhode Island or Florida. And it's most important to look at that. And finally, the only point I wanted to add on was Angela and Aon have done terrific work in this area. I can't say enough about that. But it's important to note that the TRIP program and others that they've talked about are backstops. That when a certain level is hit, that the federal government would come in. And there's certain issues that are positive with that haven't yet tested since TRIP has not been used. But there's also a lot of fundamental economic problems when the government gets involved in terms of making risk level decisions that affect insurers. So I just wanted to add a few points there.
And thank you for clarifying about the insurance companies are just not writing new policies. Thank you for clarifying that. So, any other, I wanted to call you Phyllis, Stephen.
Thank you, Steve Bonafonte, Metropolitan District. The discussion of risk is really interesting to me. I worked in the insurance industry for or 10 years and understanding a little bit about the residual risk that is transferred to the insurers at the end. And also some of the dilemmas that we have in our industry, particularly take FEMA, for example. FEMA has programs, BRIC and other programs to help deal with resiliency and building out, but it isn't a sufficient investment to reduce your inherent risk. And again, they'll say, well, when the levees break, we have plenty of money to come in and help fix it. But when it comes to shoring them up and doing the things in advance that would mitigate the actual inherent risk, those funds, those programs aren't available because they're too speculative as to whether something might break or something might happen. And so if we think about what our policy might be, how do we then invest in that prevention in a way that's concrete? Because again, it's predictive, it's not certain. Instead of simply relying economically on there's a place to transfer the risk, there's more money, there's more funding to put at something after the fact in an insurer. Because to me, that seems like it's a disincentive in investing, the funds today in prevention. So these other programs are great as backstops, even cat bonds, but it presumes that the inevitability of some catastrophe, right? There's nothing anyone can do to prevent that. And I think I'd be really interested in how we can collectively identify funding and other resources for that level of preemptive, preventive investment.
Yeah, I just want to go on with Stephen, your point. I mean, what we really need to a great degree is not only finding out a way for private sector to earn money, but how do we change the mindset? I mean, catastrophe bonds and the farm belt didn't take off in the US. Why? Because most farmers say, oh, well, if there's an issue, the federal government would pay for it. Why should I take on the expense of that that adaptation or mitigation when I know the federal government is going to come in and help me out? And that's, I think, a lot of the cases is that it's a mindset of how do we change that of saying we should be making these investments today because it will prevent, not only economic challenges in the future, but social challenges as well. Because when your neighborhood is flooded or your house is now gone because a hurricane came and wasn't fortified enough, or the wastewater treatment. There's a classic picture in Rhode Island, the wastewater treatment facility next to I-95 in 2010 when it wasn't a hurricane, it was just a massive rainstorm completely in the river next to the wastewater treatment facility flooded and the berms weren't high enough. And you see this large brown smudge across I-95, which, people couldn't take showers, use the toilets for a week because the wastewater treatment facility was over flooded. Okay, now they've taken on that expense, but it's been borne by the ratepayers, not by the fact that, I-95 was closed for 3 or 4 days because of flooding.
And Stacy and then Barry, I see your hand as well.
Stacy Brown, Freeburg Environmental. It's such a complicated issue. And, when I look at, you listen to the conversation going on here, I do think at some point there will be insurance markets that attempt to get into this arena as they have in my area of expertise, which is environmental insurance, where, formerly things like asbestos or silica or mold were not insurable risks. These environmental markets have figured out a way to actually insure those types of risk. And I do think that the adaptation that we're talking about and things like TRIA, or TRIP, I think it was referred to, TRIA, the terrorism coverage, it's not really like it's a reinsurance backstop. And I do think it is the government that is stepping in, providing that cap. But in essence, I do think that markets will come in eventually and figure out ways to insure these types of risks. For example, excess and surplus lines insurance, where you don't have to file form and rate with the state regulators. That's an example where an insurance company may try to enter a marketplace to write insurance. The question then becomes, does it need to be subsidized because the insurance rates are so high that the individual homeowner can't afford the insurance? So I think those are some of the questions that need to be tackled going forward. And certainly people in Florida, people in California, they could perhaps go into the excess and surplus lines insurance marketplaces, but most people, again, will not be able to afford that insurance. So it's a real sticky dilemma.
Thank you, Stacy. Barry, did you?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Just a comment from viewpoint of private real estate owners.
Barry, could you state your affiliation for the record?
Oh, okay. Barry Hirsch. I'm a professor at New York University Schack Institute of Real Estate, and a lot of work in brownfields and redevelopment. From a private real estate perspective, question is, how much can you invest, especially given today's interest rates and markets, to try to protect your property? And then I kind of agree with the comment, right now insurance is not much of an answer. It's not for most single family homeowners. And will the insurance industry come up with solutions? Maybe. But part of the question is, how do you approach it with a carrot or a stick? You incentivize owners to protect their property, maybe C-PACE loans or other ways that reduce the interest rate cost, or are you going to require, including ESG guidelines in new buildings, so you have buildings that are required to be built, new buildings, in a way that is more protective? I don't know. I look at Miami and other places in the United States where they're still building on shorelines. I think, what's the role of the government? Is it a backstop? Several people mentioned. Is it to encourage people to try to be more resilient in their construction? But there have been huge losses in the real estate industry, oftentimes with marginal insurance available or actually paid out. So I think there is important questions about how you interface with the real estate industry and the federal government, as well as state and local governments, to try to provide more resilience. Thank you.
Okay, just to broaden the conversation a little bit, looking more broadly at ways to attract capital into adaptation resilience beyond, we've had a lot of discussion on insurance, which I think seems the most easiest to relate to. You can see a more straight path and payback, but just more broadly, any thoughts? And Clint, I'll throw it to you. We just heard from, we had several major financial institutions on the panel at Climate Week. Any other thoughts on ways to attract private sector capital to resilience? We do see companies, Arcadis comes to mind as a big European company that is in the flood mitigation business. There's definitely companies that are playing in this space, but it's just not at a large scale necessarily. So Clint, I'll throw it to you, and then we can just throw that open. Beyond the insurance conversation, are there other ways? What do you see as effective in attracting private capital?
Well, I think either one of two things. Either you're going to make more money by investing in this product, in the solution, or in the system, or your money that you're going to make is going to be more predictable. In other words, it's going to be less risk associated with it. So one's always got to bear in mind this idea of risk versus reward, or this kind of return and risk equation. So one of the colleagues earlier spoke about the issue of not being able to properly measure or identify the resilience building capacity of certain solutions or certain instruments. That's a major issue there. We often talk about negative externalities, but there's also positive externalities. And to the extent that we're unable to quantify the positive externalities, it means that we're either not able to quantify the positive financial attributes, or, and I think this is more likely the case, we are less able to quantify the positive attributes when it comes to a lowering of risk. So that's a very important aspect, because in many instances, I'm going to generalize now, but in a lot of my experience, putting money into resilience is not going to up your profit, because often resilience and adaptation costs money. So there's going to be a cost associated with it. What it will do is it's going to lower your risk. So when you have two assets and the one is of a lower risk than the other, then the money will flow towards the asset that has the lower risk. So if you can prove that this asset is more resilient and less risky, that's where the money will flow. You don't have to make the upside argument. You can make the downside argument to protect your assets. I think the next thing to say is that definitely you do have subsidies, you do have some kind of concessional finance that the state can provide. But the issue is that there's always going to be some kind of adaptation or mitigation measure that the government's going to have to carry. That's just the way that it is. It uses taxes, it raises revenue, it pays the money, and that's that. You've got a second category where the market isn't yet mature in order to generate sufficient profits, and that's why you subsidize it. But you better make sure that there's going to be a eventual market, otherwise you're just throwing money into some kind of black hole. And then the third aspect, and that's where the risk return comes in, which is then you make the argument that, look, this kind of endeavor or this kind of instrument is going to lower the risk, and that's where your inverted commas upside comes. It's not a case of making much more money. It's a case of lowering the risk of the money that you put in initially.
Angela, anything you would add to that? I know you're coming from the insurance view, but anything you would add to that as far as attracting private? So I guess I'd look at it as it's not necessarily just lowering the risk, because if a company is in, the flood mitigation business, they're selling that as an infrastructure product. So that's their business. They're selling to companies, they're selling to municipalities. It's a business where they're, selling a product or service. And what's really driving it is the demand for solutions. It's not necessarily, maybe the buyer is trying to reduce their risk, but the company that's offering it, it's being driven by demand for solutions. So it's just a typical business meeting a need. So I think that's I guess I don't look at it totally as a risk mitigation issue. But anyway, Angela, was there anything that you would want to add to that? Or we can just throw it open.
One thing I would add is around kind of emerging solutions and the need for data from both a financing perspective as well as, my realm, the insurance perspective. And I think governments have created a variety of programs to try to invest in projects that are more emerging, less known. And so what the hope for is that will create data that then can be used to create wider adoption of these types of projects. And so I think that's another significant role that we've seen both government and kind of more forward-leaning private sector participants have a good impact.
Definitely a market that needs innovation. One of the things that we were talking about over lunch is this idea of community-based. Now I'm back to the insurance topic, but just the idea of community-based insurance and innovation, because you're thinking about from the wildfire perspective, if one house in a neighborhood has a metal roof, it might help that one person, but it doesn't help the overall community in terms of overall home values, overall protection. But if there was a community-based approach where the whole community was interested in adoption of measures that would lower their risk, but that's not something that's gotten wide appeal. So Georgine, we had this conversation over lunch. If you want to potentially expand on that.
George Kelly with Earth Recovery Partners. I think we've seen very few examples of this community-based approach. And the other question you have is, let's say you do take a proactive action. Are you assuring that action is going to prevent the harm that you're trying to prevent, flood issues or the like? And that gets to the actuarial data and what kind of proactive effort you're going to pursue. And so, what we've seen traditionally is that every homeowner gets their own insurance. And so very few examples of that community base. But Laurie, now that I got the floor, I'd like to add, I want to build on Jeff's comment about, the reality is maybe insurance not at this moment if you're an investor, you're really relying on the government and some kind of funding support or buying of products. And North Carolina is a good example. They now are buying flood mitigation units. They have a procurement process for doing that. And they're driving that through a program. But it's not just buying, it's also what Barry kind of mentions is like the idea of policy. How does policy unlock that positive externality? And I would say in the brownfields world, we've seen a lot of that where state laws have come in and said, we are going to enact something that traditionally has been viewed as a negative to promote it as an opportunity for investment. We're going to get away with the barriers, or we're going to unleash certain opportunities in a way. So, and environmental markets is a good example of that. Could we make money by doing wetland restoration that has flood mitigation benefits? And so, but that's super niche at the moment. So to me, it's all about government and how do you drive them to become outcome-based focused? How do you get them to start buying proactive measures? And then maybe leveraging this public-private dynamic that is a big issue for me, where we've seen that in things like in the Chesapeake Bay, where they actually are buying outcomes of impervious acre reduction in the stormwater world. But that is an example of a situation that leverages the private sector investment, because we all know investors are going to, the whole idea of an investment is you need a return. And right now there's not very many takers other than the government.
Yeah, I mean, talk about return, and I think that's, you know, everybody throws out that number, and it's in the National Climate Resilience Framework that was just released last month of, gee, $1 of prevention or investment and adaptation saves you $6 in the future if there's an event. And I think that number needs to be revised, because I think that number is now higher, $6. But if you think about that being a net number after, you know, insurance rebates or coverage and perhaps some federal coverage, that's, you know, if you invest $1 today, and that gives you a return of $6 in the future of avoiding that cost in an event, that's a 25 to 35 year payback, depending on your interest rate. If you think about it that way, that I'm going to get a return on this adaptation of $6 in the future, avoided cost in an event. If that event happens within the next 35 years, you've actually had a higher return on your investment than today's interest rates. And that's another way to think about it. It really is an investment in the future, and your return is that cost avoidance. And so I think from an economic point of view, okay, well, if the event doesn't, you know, we talk about the 100-year storm, and if it doesn't happen for 100 years, okay, your $1 of investment today was not a good investment. But I think if you think about having events in your community or in a region, or, you know, in a city or state in the next 25 to 35 years, I think there's, you know, despite the 100-year storm scenario that we'd like to look at, there's probably a high likelihood that you're going to get that event in that period of time. And so from an economic point of view, it's a pretty good return. And then you have to figure out, how do you crowd in private sector capital into thinking about that investment as a return? And how do you then use that mentality of a return on investment to justify paying the private sector to help you get that done? And of course, from a credit point of view, the more resilient you are, and this gets to Clint's point, the further you reduce risk, the more likely you're going to attract that capital than other places are.
Joanne Landau from Kurt Sam Realty. So I'm in the real estate business, and, you know, brownfields is, you know, really profitable. So it's, you know, just for somebody like me to say, just looking at a private investor, you know, you build, you know, a lot of times they're using brownfields, you know, bad land basically, and you're getting it cheaper for a variety of means, is because now you can build something huge on that property and you make there's a decent profit. But, you know, if there's an, you know, for me, if I'm doing something and I can do that versus think about my opportunity, you know, 30 years, of course, I'm going to take the opportunity to do the brownfield. And I think that's part of the problem, is that there are other alternatives. And so people do the alternatives first before they choose to think about something that, you know,
technically is profitable, but there's other things to do. So.
Okay, so I think we have about 10 or 15 minutes. So any thoughts on what the federal government could do to help catalyze more private sector in terms of, I think, one area is incentives, one area is driving adoption of measures that would lower risk. I mean, for example, everybody has sprinkler systems and different or fire alarms. I mean, those were things that were needed 50 years ago to protect from fire. We don't worry about those things anymore. What are there things that can help drive adoption of new technologies where regulators or the government could play a role? Or, also potentially things that could lower insurance premiums if done at a community level. But any thoughts on things that the federal government should consider? Not necessarily anything that would lead to a charge for this group, but I guess we've already touched on some of these things. Yes, please.
Thank you, Lori. Sanjeev Sinha with Corvius. Just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. I think with regards to the question of what could the federal government do, I think it's very important for us to keep it real. Don't get it like too intellectually to a point that it just doesn't really result in anything other than some really interesting looking report. Some of the themes that we are tracking, at least in the stormwater sector, and I used to be a consultant. I'm running a company that basically does asset management business, and pretty much everything that you're talking about in terms of large scale stormwater mitigation, whether driven by regulatory compliance needs or visionary leaders in a community, that's what we do for a living. So just in terms of some data points on what is it that the federal government is doing, U.S. Forest Service just came up with a plan to, they distributed $1 billion worth of funding to 400 cities for urban reforestation. And, in each one of these communities, it will result in an ecosystem of private sector entities that will be driven to come up with a solution that actually is realistic for them, for that community. And it will be profitable. So it may not have a very elegant sounding framework, but at the end of the day, that's how business world is created and private sector makes money. Couple other data points to give you. We are engaged in an effort in greater Milwaukee region where the community leaders are really visionary and they have made a commitment to plant 6 million trees over the next 10 years and also build 4,000 acres of wetland, restore 4,000 acres of wetlands in the greater Milwaukee region. Price tag on that is $200 million worth of funding over the next 10 years. It will make the region one of the greenest in the country. We are very motivated by it from a private sector standpoint. There is a business model around it that we can actually work with, and it will be something that will be very interesting to the community. And I don't have to kind of follow a book or a report theme to actually go with that. I'll also give you some others very encouraging from my standpoint. 10 days ago, the Great Lakes Governors Summit was hosted in Cleveland. I was lucky to be a part of that. And the 8 Great Lakes governors on the US side and the 2 Canadian premiers on the Canadian side pledged to come up with funding to do, and no mistake here, 250 million trees planted over the Great Lakes region over the next 10 years. So I think to me, there are some overarching themes, whether it is driven by, and if you have not had the pleasure or misfortune of reading First Street Foundation's report on changing climate and how it is impacting the urban areas, highly recommend you do it. You have a copy of my email. If you send me an email back, I'll forward your report to that. It basically tells you that there are regions across the country where 1 in a 100-year flood is now 1 in 13 years or 14 years. And clearly there is a need around it. And the government money that is coming in is resulting in an ecosystem of private sector players that are building business models because they have to make a living and they have to make a certain amount of profits to justify making that investment. And it is happening already as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And Stacy, I see your card up.
Yeah, thank you, Stacy Brown at Freeburg Environmental. And I think Clint touched on this point before. He's talking about risk engineering. And I think if we talk about the federal government, and I'll put a plug in for Ashley and Craig on the P2 charge, which was focused on pollution prevention. And I think there's a lot to be thinking about when we can, I think stack is the right term that Carrie used earlier, stacking regulatory programs to get more benefit. So if we're reducing waste or reusing things that, for example, chemicals that are much more destructive to the environment and have greater greenhouse gas impacts than carbon dioxide, I think that's a very beneficial thing to focus on. And if we can incentivize businesses to install pollution control equipment, there is a financial benefit to them from waste reduction in the cost of disposal. Their insurance premiums for environmental insurance anyway would go down. And the risk to the community from an EJ perspective also go down because they're not emitting these types of chemicals or hazardous air pollutants into the local surrounding communities. So I think there's a lot of ways to look at this, and I think continued incentives, strong regulation that cut across multiple regulatory programs is one way that we could have a big impact going forward. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, thank you. Angela.
Sorry about that. Angela Brickmont from Denver Water. Echoing what Stacy said about cutting across different regulatory frameworks. I have an example where we are working with multiple local governments and the private sector and nonprofits to convert what used to be a water delivery system into a stormwater and flooding mitigation parkway. And that takes a lot of effort and resources, but the partners are there if they understand what's in it for them, and you can get the research and you can cut across all the regulatory barriers. So in answer to your question, Lori, about what's needed from the federal government, most local governments don't have all those resources or the time and the materials and expertise to do the work that we've been doing. And bring the partners and bring all the necessary tools. So that's one area we're making it more transparent, particularly down at the local level, and helping overcome all those barriers to come up with the solutions that may be water, stormwater, wastewater, air, all of it.
Great, thank you. Now, I just wanted to say, I know we're going to lose Angela Aducci from Aon at 2:00. I don't know that she probably even has time for a last question, but anyway, thank you, Angela, for being here. We really appreciated your participation today. Thanks, everyone. All right. So I don't know if we're supposed to go till 2 or
Barry has his hand up.
Okay.
We have until 2:15.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Barry, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Just a couple of things that were mentioned, and then I want to talk more about how you get major capital, the large banks, the CMBS market, the security, public funding, meaning real estate investment trusts and others, securitized real estate. How you get that level that moves big real estate and can have big impact is how they loan money, how they participate in real estate, and some of them have been stronger in ESG in general. And but if you're going to try to get significant change, though, particularly in real estate related improvements, you have to deal with the capital markets. A couple of things, and I thought the analogy to brownfields not perfect, but is interesting. New York State has a tax credit program, New York City and state, and between them, they've done about 1,100 sites over the last 15 years. So that the idea of using tax credits, including, I think it was 97, the federal reinstating the federal brownfield tax credits, and then the other thing is, does a wetlands mitigation bank count as an investment that can be made that actually deals with federal regulations regarding replacement of wetlands for particularly highway projects is a business that is one of the ways, or maybe a model of how you can make money improving in a way that provides more resilience. So thank you.
George Kelly, Earth Recovery Partners, and I always focus on who pays. And I come back to that question. And so we've got the government model, and we haven't mentioned BRIC, which is the FEMA's effort to put money in advance. And I think it's $3 billion they put out this year, 2020 fiscal year 2022. And the question is, how can you leverage those dollars to go further and to enhance private sector? That's one. Then you heard the ratepayer model, and Jeff mentioned that. And so there's and Sanjeev lives that world in the stormwater world, and so there's opportunities in the localized dynamic on that. One model that I think is really unique, that's interesting, is this forest resiliency bond. There's a group called Blue Forest that basically is doing wildfire mitigation in advance and basically creating their own set of beneficiaries in a bond model. And that set of beneficiaries may not be directly in that community, it may not be in the municipal side, but it's a broad framework that's funding a lot of the work that's happening. And then the final thing I'll point out is I keep coming back to policy and enabling. State of Maryland has something called the Conservation Finance Act. And it's not putting new dollars, but what their whole goal was to leverage $100 million in new investment in nature-based and resilient solutions. And they do things like procurement, define what a green and blue bond is, and to enable the states to take advantage of some of the things that they historically haven't been able to do. Procure on an outcome-based approach. When you spend, you're able to leverage and buy on an outcome base. Those are, that enabling is a real big step. So I think maybe looking at unique beneficiaries, like the Blue Forest model, which I think is really interesting, and then looking hard at this enabling and building on this conservation finance ideas are kind of two additional thoughts on that.
Okay, go.
No, just one last, Steve Bonafonte with the Metropolitan District, Hartford. One last thought, and again, I agree completely on the BRIC piece too. I think that's often an overlooked area of funding. But another area too that I think the Army Corps, needs to somehow find an opportunity, to participate in some of these projects. With no new starts sometimes being offered, the chances of many of these communities to try and build more resiliency surrounding some of the assets that are currently at either end of life or need some of that work. I don't think they have an SRF, but again, something that would go along those lines to provide for that type of funding through the Army Corps, I think would be very interesting too, to match up and have a stack for financing.
Yeah, and also create the market for private companies to sell into. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Clint, for being with us today and calling in. I think Clint is in London, so thank you for calling in. Thank you, everybody, for participating in the conversation. And this is just the beginning of a dialogue. So I will pass it over to Carrie.
Lori, thank you so much for facilitating this. And I'm just so struck by how engaged everybody is in the topic. And I think it calls to mind, there's a lot of expertise in the room and a lot of expertise in our networks. And Ed and I were just, chatting about just framing these things up in terms of, what are the current innovative models? What are the gaps? What is the role of government? Could be something useful to do for our EPA colleagues across the agency who are involved in resilience. There's not an Office of Resilience, is there? It's kind of sprinkled throughout. I don't even know. I should know.
Well, I think we do have an adaptation program out of Office of Policy, but it's really internally focused, as you can imagine, about what we can do in the federal government. And And what struck me, George, the last comment that you made, and this is where Carrie and I were
Like
just sort
we're
of,
kind of framed up.
yeah, so I think given how little investment that's going in, as Laurie said, I think it would be just a eye-opening piece for the agency to get some sense of what are the tools that are out there, examples, and what are some of the challenges of each approach that is being presented, and what are the opportunities. That in itself would be very interesting. And but again, these are just things that Carrie and I were just talking about. And Carrie suggested the approach that we took with pollution prevention was that we did the group did a number of series of seminars. But I think this one could be something more than that. But again, I mean, I really appreciate Laurie, Angela, and Clint, of course, again, calling in, appreciate your insights and conversation with us. But I think this is something that is really important going forward. And I like the framing that Clint had about looking forward on the resiliency side. And so the question now is really about what are the things that the board could contribute as either a product or a set of webinars or things. And this is a conversation as you all decide what might be. I can start to talk to folks in our agency about people who are working on adaptation. We're still calling it I also appreciate what Clint said about the language. I don't think we talk about decarbonization or resiliency. We talk still about mitigation and adaptation. So I think it's just a conversation that we also need to have about changing the framing and communication on this as well. And I think this is where the board has a unique role to play because you understand what's happening in the private sector, and this is in the charter in terms of trying to leverage the private capital into environmental solutions. So this is right up there, except that it's still very, very broad. So, anyway.
One thing I was struck with as the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund legislation, people started to really kind of understand the tools and the scale of the tools that were being put forward. A number of folks in the resiliency world kind of were like, wait, can we use that too? No, because you have to reduce greenhouse gases for that piece of legislation. But I think it does speak to kind of the private sector's got a growing awareness of the dire straits that we are potentially in and the scale of capital that will be needed to address that in addition to decarbonization. So could be timely. And our intention here was not to like spin up another charge. It was to introduce the topic and kind of take the temperature. Feels pretty warm, the temperature in terms of the interest on the board. So I think we can continue to discuss that and think about whether there's something that we want to explore in the coming months. So thank you. Thank you, Laurie, for taking that on.
Thank you, Clint.
And thank you, Clint. Yes. We are doing another break, correct? And then coming back at 2:30 for an update on the Environmental Finance Center.
Yes, and I think we're gonna get a update from Jen Cotting, and I think during the breaks, I think Gwen actually talked about sort of what is our centers doing, but and also but with convergence with other centers that are being created, like Tic Tacs and all that. The Jen might be the person who we might want to kind of point that question to. So
great. All right, we'll see everyone back at 2:30. That's on.
All right, we are back, I believe.
Yes.
Are we back?
We are back.
Oh, I am delayed by 4 minutes. I apologize. So the next item on the agenda today is to hear from Jen Cotting. This is our regularly scheduled agenda item for every meeting, and we're excited to have Jen at this meeting, as well as Bev, to give us an update on the environmental finance centers. And I know there's a lot going on right now, so I will turn to Bev first.
Alrighty, thanks, Ed. My name is Bev Vasquez, pronouns are they, them, and I'm from the Water Finance Center in the Office of Water at EPA headquarters. Today we would like, as Ed mentioned, talk about not only EFCS, but also EPA's Water Technical Assistance Initiative, or as we're branding it Water TA, because we like shortening everything, and how we're working to change the odds and for communities. So I'll begin by giving that brief broad overview about EPA's Water TA initiative, and then highlighting a few programs before turning it over to Jen, who's the director for the Environmental Finance Center at the University of Maryland. Next slide. So as we move forward with developing Water TA, it's important to not only recognize the common value that all communities need access to safe, clean, and reliable water. There's also a need of underserved and disadvantaged communities receiving support to help them take concrete steps toward water infrastructure funding. The programs you see here today share this common value, the value of one water, if you will. With that said, it's a great time to be working in water right now. As all of you know, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, or bill, created a historic opportunity to improve water infrastructure in communities. With these funds, EPA is developing a robust Water TA program, and we'll be working to provide direct water technical assistance that's targeted to disadvantaged and underserved communities. So the end goal of Water TA is ultimately to build that pipeline of quality state revolving fund, or SRF, projects from disadvantaged and underserved communities in collaboration with states, tribes, and territories. So we'll be doing that by focusing on proactive targeted outreach to disadvantaged communities, as well as those that may struggle to access funding, in collaboration with states, tribes, and territories as well. And then also community-centered, locally driven solutions, and guiding communities to SRF applications that result in sustainable, affordable, and resilient projects. Next slide. Before I delve into Water TA more, I want to highlight this photo because it showcases how important this effort is to EPA and our current administration. In this photo, you see Michael Regan, who's the EPA administrator, and he attended this Water TA event in person, specifically one of our pilot programs on closing the wastewater gap. It shows us this work is a big deal to us, but it's also a big deal to our administration. Next slide. As I mentioned before, it's a great time to be in water. We are rolling out multiple Water TA programs, both bill and non-bill, which all serve the common goal in recognizing that there are many new and existing TA programs. So our goal at EPA is to have a one Water TA initiative with multiple programs, and making sure you all understand the different types of opportunities and programs that are out there. We are continuing to coordinate with each of these programs, and also ensuring that the state's public and TA programs, like I said, are all aware of it. I would also like to quickly mention that there are other TA programs outside the Office of Water, even outside of EPA. For example, EPA's Thriving Communities program under the Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights helps nonprofits and other organizations in underserved communities build capacity to access federal resources for water infrastructure and other needs. There's also within the U.S. Department of Agriculture and Indian Health Service, they also offer robust TA programs, as well as many states provide direct TA, as well as some other different types of TA programs for water utilities through their SRF set aside funding. So all this information is available on EPA's Water TA website. In a fact sheet titled Water Technical Assistance, Ensuring Equitable Access to Water Infrastructure Funding, which is also hyperlinked on this slide. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick highlight of one of the TA programs. This is the Creating Resilient Water Utilities, otherwise known as CREW. This program is housed within EPA. They are a water technical assistance provider, and they provide drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater utilities with practical tools, training, and technical assistance to increase system resilience to climate change impacts. CREW also helps promote a clear understanding of climate data and helps water sector utilities identify potential adaptation strategies, implementation options, and infrastructure financing. Next slide. And this page highlights that there are multiple ways for communities to access water TA, one of which is our water TA request form, which was developed within the Office of Water. This is located on our website, epa.gov/waterTA. It's a simple form that takes minutes to fill out. It asks for some basic information, such as name, contact information, and the types of support a community anticipates they might need. Once that request comes in, EPA Office of Water staff will conduct a preliminary review of the requests and then clarify any information if that's necessary with the requester about their needs. And then if the request is deemed an appropriate fit for water TA, the request will be shared with the states and the Indian Health Service as needed. And states and IHS will have an opportunity to provide input on any past or existing TA efforts related to requests, in addition to providing some other significant context. And then once all that coordination with the region, states, and IHS, if there's no significant concerns with proceeding, EPA Water TA will then connect the requester with the appropriate TA provider. So the goal of this request form / initiative, if you will, is to help support communities find a TA provider to start working with without putting the burden of research on that community. Next slide. So looking forward, EPA is taking on a partnership approach where EPA collaborates with states, tribes, territories, local utilities, and other key stakeholders. We want to complement and augment their efforts to reach more communities. And if we take a look back at all the work that's already been accomplished, EPA has done a lot in this space over the past few years, like launching some of the pilot programs, like I already mentioned, the Closing America's Wastewater Access Gap, as well as the Lead Service Line Replacement Accelerators Initiative. And we've also announced $150 million in awards through our Environmental Finance Centers, which we'll be talking about, and very happy to have Jen here. But also looking forward, we do anticipate being able to pay the path forward even more. In 2024, EPA will build on working to provide water TA to hundreds of communities across America, utilizing multiple programs and in collaboration with TA providers and state partners. So as already mentioned, our end goal is to see many more communities accessing bill funding and obtaining high quality water infrastructure. Next slide. So this table showcases some of the water TA services that these EFCs and other TA providers can provide. You can see these services range from planning and assessment, project development, partnerships and engagement, funding and financing, and program management support. The EFCs in particular model their work plans with these services in mind, as it was included in the request for applications. I do want to specify this is not an exhaustive list of services, but just an example of the possible types of services or steps that can be taken to provide water TA. So there's a pretty wide range of examples already umbrellaed, as you can see, in terms of who's eligible to receive these services. Local governments or communities, drinking water systems, wastewater systems, stormwater systems, states, tribes, territories, and non-governmental organizations are available. Next slide. So I'll just do a quick overview of the EFCs before passing over to Jen. I'll provide some background of the program, some high-level information, and then highlight the new EFCs that were introduced with Bill. Next slide. So the EFC program has been operating since the early 1990s, but thanks to Bill, we have a historic level of funding for the new EFCs. It's the largest water T program at EPA, with 100 million going into the Bill EFCs, and up to 52 billion in additional capacity via the multimedia EFCs. In 2022, when the RFA went out, request for applications, we reimagined the EFC program in light of this historic level of funding and created 2 new categories of EFCs, which are in the next slide. So the multimedia EFCs are the historical EFCs that you all might be familiar with. They work with any type of media, including water, brownfields, air, Superfund, etc. The Bill EFCs are new and will focus specifically on water technical assistance. So the regional and national Bill EFCs, national EFCs were also a new component of the request for applications. They're funded specifically by the SRF administrative set-asides and therefore dictate the eligibilities of what projects the EFCs can work on. Essentially, a Bill EFC can work with any SRF eligible entity to provide TA services to help access funding for an SRF eligible project. Next slide. So this map just represents the 12 new regional multimedia EFCs. There's at least 1 EFC in each region. Regions 3 and 4 have 2 multimedia EFCs each. And you can see on the map where each of them is located. Region 1 has the University of Maine. Region 2 has Syracuse University. In Region 3, we have the University of Maryland and the Low Impact Development Center, Inc. Region 4 has the University of North Carolina and the Urban Sustainability Directors Network. Region 5 has the Michigan Technological University. Region 6, University of New Mexico. In Region 7, there's Wichita State University. The National Rural Water Association is in Region 8. And Region 9 has the Sacramento or Sac State University. And last but not least, RCAC or Rural Community Assistance Corporations in Region 10. You can also see each of these EFCs listed on our website at epa.gov/waterfinancecenter/EFCN. Next slide. So this slide showcases the new regional Bill EFCs. So there's 13 new regional Bill EFCs with at least 1 in each region. Regions 4 and 5 have regions 4, 5, and 9 have 2 each. Region 1, University of Maine, Syracuse University, and Region 2, University of Maryland, Region 3, University of North Carolina Southeast Rural Community Assistance Project, or SIRCAP, in Region 4, the Great Lakes Community Action Partnerships, or GLCAP, and Delta Institute in Region 5. Region 6 has the University of New Mexico, Wichita State University in Region 7, National Rural Water Association in Region 8, and RCAC in Region 9 and Region 10, as well as the Hawaii Community Foundation in Region 9. Next slide. And we also have 4 new national Bill EFCs. So those 4 new national EFCs are RCAP, EPIC, U.S. Water Alliance, and Moonshot Missions. Each of these national EFCs will be working across the nation to help support the regional EFCs and fill any gaps that might exist across the regions, as well as providing direct TA themselves to communities. Next slide. And with that, that's all I have for you. I'm going to pass it over to Jen. Thank you.
Thanks, Bev. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if we can share my screen, please.
Can you give us 1 second, Jen, and then we'll get that taken care of.
Sure. Excellent. Thank you. Well, thank you all for giving us, thanks to EPA for giving us an opportunity to talk about the network today. Thanks, Carrie and Ed, for always being incredible supporters of the network. I'm excited to see familiar faces and new names, both on the Zoom and from what I'm seeing about participants in the room there. Apologies to not be there with you in person in Michigan. And I would have loved the trip to Michigan. It's a beautiful time of year to be in Michigan and Ann Arbor. I am coming to you, fortunately, from the Outer Banks of North Carolina, but unfortunately, where there is miserable internet service. And if I turn my camera on, everything's going to go sideways. So, so I'm going to refrain from doing that.
You should be good to share now, Jen.
Excellent. Thank you. I am pulling this up right now and hopefully getting us to presentation mode. There we go. Thank you, Bev, for the great intro. Let me see if I can move this over out of the way. The great intro to the environmental finance centers. And let me dig in here. I'm Jen Cotting. I am president of the Multimedia EFCN network. The network is a wonderfully evolving, emerging, and
Are you able to chat her, Tara?
Yeah,
slightly complicated place. So you're asking me to monitor the chat because I'm working off of one screen and I don't have access to that right now. And my don't seem to be able to advance my slides. Here we go.
And Jen, if you said a number of things, I think we missed most of it before the last two sentences.
Okay, I apologize. I will back up. Jen Cotting, I am the director of the University of Maryland Environmental Finance Center, both on the multimedia side and on the Bill Water Infrastructure TA side for Region 3. And I am also currently president for the Multimedia EFCs. And as Bev indicated, there are now 29. We've grown significantly, almost threefold with the thanks of the last competition. We at 29 centers, 12 of us serving as multimedia regional EFCs, 13 of us serving as regional bill EFCs, and 4 entities serving as national EFCs. And then let me minimize that so you can see my screen. So, and as you know, Bev gave you a really good introduction to the bill EFCs. You know, the whole idea is about supporting community water infrastructure financing needs. It's really about, you know, connecting communities to this unprecedented opportunity to access funding for water infrastructure needs, particularly through the both the clean water and drinking water SRF programs. But thankfully, as EPA rolled these programs out, they recognized that funding is not the only limiting factor for communities. And so the bill EFCs are really designed to provide technical assistance that helps build capacity of communities to access and deploy these funds and to manage these dollars. And so that, you know, as those of us that are bill EFCs are really trying to approach this in a way that makes sure that we are listening to the communities that we're working with and making sure that we are developing approaches that are reflecting their goals and not what we perceive their goals to be. I think that's really important as we are aiming to work with small, rural, urban, remote, disadvantaged communities, often under-resourced communities. And I think also from that perspective, approaching this is recognizing that we might not always be the most trusted voice in that landscape. And so making sure we understand who are those trusted voices already in the landscape in those communities, and how do we work in partnership to make sure that we are building capacity that stays put in those communities, so that when our engagement with those communities is complete, that they are still able to pursue the funding and financing programs that support their priorities. So again, you know, just trying to make sure that we are building networks within those communities and we're building capacity within those communities that can continue to flourish beyond our engagement in those communities. And then, you know, as we move forward, obviously, there's the unprecedented amount of money that's being invested into the clean water and drinking water SRF programs, but there's also, you know, there's $1.2 trillion coming out of bill across 350 plus programs across a dozen plus agencies. And then when you look at the Inflation Reduction Act and the $370 billion there for clean energy and jobs, and the, you know, hundreds of programs there and the more that are coming online every day, we really want to be thinking about, in addition to how do we connect communities to the clean water and drinking water SRFs, how do we also at the same time think about how we're going to leverage all of those other programs that are available? It's a wonderful problem to have so much money hitting the ground. Definitely a much needed investment and a long overdue opportunity, but also, also could be overwhelming for the communities that it's really targeting. And so we think that our role as bill EFCs is really important, but also has to be thinking about how do we leverage those dollars. Bev shared this screen. We lovingly refer to it as sort of the Bible of the bill EFCs. These are the non-exhaustive, but really helpful breadth, sort of tip of the universe of the different types of services that the bill EFCs will be providing. We recognize that some communities will need help with one particular component of this. Perhaps they just need help identifying just the funding program that's right for them, or they need help with doing a rate assessment to see if their rates are going to be able to support payback of a state revolving loan. Or they need help developing that RFP to get the engineering firm online to be able to do their designs. So there'll be some communities that will need one particular technical assistance touch in this regard. Other communities are going to need a more sustained, longer term process through a number of these components. And so the bill EFCs, the water TA EFCs are really thinking about how they're going to be able to serve communities in that regard. I think Bev gave you a really good, and so I'm going to talk a little bit more about the multimedia. I feel like it's probably the more appropriate place for me to be talking about, because these are the EFCs who actually had a say in me being president of the network, as opposed to the newer folks who have come online. And we're still navigating what that wonderful relationship with the expansion of the network looks like. But for the multimedia EFCs, as Bev indicated, there's a dozen of us across the country covering every EPA region. And the beauty of the EFC network, I think, for those of us like myself who have been in this for a really long time, the multimedia EFCs were started back in 1992, and so some of us have been at this for a really long time. I've been in the network for 20 of the 30 years of our center. And I think one of the beauties of the way that EPA brilliantly established this network is that we have these regional centers who are really able to dig into the needs that exist in our particular region of the country, but we're part of this broader network that allows us to work collectively or in groups of our regional groups of our EFCs to really leverage one another's expertise and knowledge base. And I think that just makes the sum of the parts even greater. We work with a variety of audiences. We focus heavily on local governments. We really want to be in much the way that the bill EFCs are working with local governments to access those state revolving loan funds. The multimedia are working with local governments to build capacity, to provide the tools and the resources and the information they need to accomplish their resource protection and restoration goals. And so that can span a lot of different sectors, and we'll talk about that a little bit, but also it can span a lot of different funding and financing programs. So we're looking not just at the federal funds and the state funds, but also at the philanthropic dollars, and then some of the self-financed financing strategies that can be a part of that, and leveraging the private sector dollars. We work with state and federal agencies frequently. A lot of that work happens to fall into the category of maybe providing programmatic analysis about how well their programs are doing, or looking at pieces of legislation to see what the fiscal impacts might be. So that's another component of the work that we do. We work with the EFCs in multimedia work with tribes throughout the country, again, in much the same way as we work with local governments, focusing on building capacity, accessing dollars, developing cost-saving strategies. We work with nonprofit profit partners, academic institutions, and private sector partners, really to try and bring the full suite of funding and financing options to the local governments and those on the ground community-based community-based organizations that we're frequently working with. The form of the direct technical assistance, they're really rolling up our sleeves and working in partnership with organizations to help them achieve their goals, and to do that in a way that reflects their priorities and not necessarily what we think their priorities should be. That obviously can go hand in hand with capacity building to be able to take on the priorities, the projects, the funding, accessing funding programs, the deploying dollars, managing those dollars, building capacity to do those things. Obviously, when we're working with our local governments, there's a lot of outreach and education that goes along with making sure that all the voices in a community are heard in those local government decision-making processes, particularly as it relates to deploying resources. Again, that's support to state and federal agencies that we mentioned in terms of programmatic analysis and fiscal policy analysis. In addition to that one-on-one direct technical assistance, we also develop tools and resources that can be used by a broader swath of the communities that we work with. Again, community engagement, facilitating networks, that program and policy analysis, and then some of the more technical skill sets, doing some modeling for communities, GIS work, systems analysis, that also plays into some of what we do. And again, because we're multimedia, we're working across sectors. Obviously, climate and resilience is the umbrella that is, over most of what we do. Because if we're working in any one of these sectors and we're not thinking about the climate and resilience implications, we kind of have blinders on, and we might be delivering advice or support that is not fully embracing community needs. So we really are trying to use that climate resilience and equity lens across everything that we're doing. As you can imagine, a lot of the work that we do focuses around drinking water, wastewater, green infrastructure, stormwater, but also, obviously, with looking at through the climate lens, we do work in energy, air quality, agriculture, food systems, waste management, you name it. That's the beauty of the multimedia systems. Multimedia EFCs, we really have that the leeway of that broader charge so that we can serve communities based on where their priorities are. One of the nice things for the EFCs like mine that happen to also be a water TA EFC, but also a multimedia EFC, is we can give a lot of thought to, when we're working with the community, can we span needs, right? That there might be water TA needs, but how do those water TA needs fit in with their food systems and their energy needs? That nexus of food, water, and energy. And so having that broader charge of the multimedia really helps us to think beyond the water TA, which can leverage those dollars and take them even further. And then the other piece that we're trying to be mindful of as we take on our multimedia responsibilities is coordinating across programs. There's a lot of really great technical assistance going on out there, both within EPA and outside of EPA. A number of the EFCs that are multimedia EFCs, again, are also water infrastructure EFCs, and many of us are also partners within some of the national EFCs. And the nice thing about that, and about some of these other things that I'll talk about here, is that opportunity to make sure that we are coordinating really effectively across all of these funding streams to make sure that we are being as efficient as possible and stretching those dollars as far as possible. A number of us in the multimedia network have been involved in the H2O Community Solutions, which was a bit of a test drive for how we will deliver technical assistance under the bill EFCs. We also are working with small rural and tribal drinking water and wastewater systems, and thinking about how we do that work in coordination with the water TA work. A number of us have been tapped to support communities that are going to be receiving earmark dollars. And so how do we help them access and deploy those dollars? Again, that's giving us an opportunity to leverage the systems that we set up under Water TA to perhaps also serve communities in these other attempts to access and deploy federal dollars. A number of us have also been part of teams that have been successful in being designated as Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers. Bev mentioned those early on as another avenue for technical assistance. Those are centers that are just being stood up as we speak. And so again, another opportunity for us to be working across all of these things, to all of these opportunities, all of these programs, to make sure we're being as efficient as we can in helping those dollars hit the ground and go as far as they can. And then Bev also mentioned the CREW program that is looking to help communities identify their risk assessments across their water utilities. And because we are working with communities and utilities across these other programs, we are often able to refer really good candidates to that program. So it's really great to have that cross-pollination happening. And so I will wrap it there. I will say that our multimedia agreements with EPA for the multimedia centers really is a really effective vehicle for other projects to for the multimedia EFCs to be tapped for other projects that might be of interest to EFAB members, might be relevant to EFAB charges, and might be supportive of other EPA offices and priorities. And if any of this sounds really interesting to you, I can certainly help connect you to the EFC that is serving your region or your priorities. And with that, I will stop my share and give you all a chance to stop drinking from the fire hose.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Beth. And the one thing that I will add to really support Jen's comments about the multimedia EFCs is that over the history of EFAB and EFCs, it's been integrally connected in many, many ways. And even before, I would just say that Joanne Throw, who was our previous chair, was actually, I think, Jen, head of Maryland's EFC Center at some point.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, and before she became the deputy secretary, so there's a connection to that, and its 30-year history. Organizationally, EPA, it's always been associated in the same place, now in the Office of Water, and I think back prior to 2015 in OCFO as a combined unit, and it still exists the same way. Tara works with Ellen, who I think it's housed in your shop, right, EFC? So there's not just what Jen is saying in terms of the work that's going on, but it's been integrally connected. And the other point that I really wanted to make is that the Multimedia Center is really important because of the multimedia nature of the work that all of you are doing. And I think, I guess the bill centers, I'm not sure how long they're funded. Are they also just funded for the bill? 5 years, right?
5 years.
Yeah, so the backbone is still the multimedia centers. So I just wanted to kind of amplify some of the things that both Beth and Jen said. The other thing, the question that I have about the coordination chart that you had up there, Jen, is you mentioned Tic Tacs, but Are there sort of official collaboration, or are you just informally are the centers informally coordinating with the Tic Tacs that are in each of the regions?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ed, and let me clarify that. So a number of the EFCs that are designated as multimedia happen to also be a part of the project teams that were successful for the Tic Tac. So in some regions, the regional EFCs are a part of an official written into the work plan part of the Tic Tacs. So it's a real opportunity for us to be coordinating delivery of services and to make sure that we are not being redundant in our approaches. Obviously, the bill and the multimedia, EFCs have their own set of priorities, and that the Tic Tacs are focused, on environmental justice and energy justice. And so it gives us the opportunity to funnel work into the most appropriate, most efficient, under the most appropriate or most efficient umbrella. So in some regions, the EFCs are actually a part of an official part of the Tic Tac, and in other regions, we are coordinating with those Tic Tacs.
Thank you, Jen. And Bev, this is Carrie, the chair. I just wanted to mention that many of the applicants to the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund across all three applications had highlighted the desire to work with the EFCs and the Tic Tacs. And so I don't know whether you received outreach from them. It could be an idea, and folks hadn't figured out yet how to action on that. But that seems like a really tremendous opportunity as awardees are selected to really engage deeply with the awarded community of practitioners and figure out how to really amplify the impact of that funding going in, particularly into underserved communities. So I just wanted to highlight that. I don't know if you're aware of that, but I think it's coming your way in the next couple of months.
I think that's a great point, Carrie. I know I can't speak for all of the EFCs on this because it's evolving state by state and how that's being approached. But I do know that in Maryland, the Maryland Clean Energy Center that is pursuing those dollars has already brought us into their program to be the technical assistance and outreach arm. So and we've had conversations with Virginia as well. Again, I can't speak to my colleagues, but yes, the Maryland Clean Energy Center saw the opportunity to really coordinate across priorities and brought us in.
That's great. Gwen?
Thank you, Gwen Yamamoto, the Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority. Thank you so much, Bev and Jen, for a great informative presentation. To Carrie's point, I just wanted to add on this. In talking to some of our Native Hawaiian homesteaders, she said, my first priority is to put solar, and then I need to do a cesspool conversion. So my peeps are your peeps, right? And so really want to emphasize, perhaps, I don't know if it's a national level, regional level, or just a state level collaboration in going, especially in the outreach. What we hear from our disadvantaged communities is there's so many agencies going in to talk to them, and they're tired of it. And so how might we collaborate so that EPA related, at least, initiatives, we go in one time instead of multiple times. Love to hear your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Oh, I think it's an incredible point, and we are hearing it in our region, and I think my colleagues at the other multimedia EFCs are hearing it as well. One of the things that we have been trying to do, and I guess it's a little easier for us because we are both the bill and the multimedia for Region 3, is we've been having conversations with our states to try and make sure that we are knocking on door and as well with the other technical assistance providers, because the landscape is crowded, which is wonderful, but there's enough need for everyone to be able to roll up their sleeves, right? So we have been, I can only speak for my region, but we have been trying to coordinate across those technical assistance providers state by state, and also to coordinate with our state agencies and our regional EPA offices to make sure that we're knocking on doors only once, because I think that's particularly important with the audiences that we're trying to target. because they're capacity strapped, and if they've got 5 people knocking on the door about 5 different things, it's going to be overwhelming and they're going to shut down, and that's the last thing we want. So we're trying to have those conversations, and if we're not the best person to knock on the door, that's fine. We're happy to hand that over to somebody else and just make ourselves available should our skill set be needed. But we're proactively trying to have those conversations so that we're not putting our communities in a bad spot. But your point is a really important one.
Yeah, and I'll add that we're definitely aware that EPA, each region, for example, has a TA coordinator, and we are having quarterly calls throughout the regions and bringing on additional folks or programs to ensure that we're coordinating within each region across the different programs. We're developing a water TA project tracker to ensure that there isn't any duplication happening, but also serve as information for a provider looking to work for a community to see if there's already been work been done in that space, because we don't want 100 people knocking on one door, as you alluded to. So yeah, it's definitely a priority and something that we are working to address.
Dave, then Mariana and Ashley. I don't know if you had your hand up, but we'll do Dave, then Mariana. Oh wait, is it? And Sonia.
Dave Wagner, Wolpert Engineering and National Academy of Sciences. 2 quick questions. First off, thanks, Bev and Jen, for your presentations. Very, very helpful. Both these questions revolve around leveraging. One is internal and one is external. Internally, are you leveraging with the SRF funds and the WIFIA programs on managing and making the dollars go further? That's the internal side. External side, are you leveraging with or coordinating with Department of Interior with the Water Smart program, NOAA, and their programs? And I guess that's the 2 main ones I'd be interested in. Or Department of Energy has some water related programs. I just wonder, are you leveraging with them? Thank you.
Yeah, to the extent that we can, we are trying to really take a step back and figure out for each community, once you do that needs assessment and you have a better understanding of what they're trying to accomplish, trying to figure out which pieces are most appropriate for the SRF programs and which pieces might be more appropriate for other funding streams, whether that be within EPA or at other agencies. I think, again, this kind of comes back to the earlier conversation about how many people are knocking on your door, right? Like we want to be the one-stop shop for these communities. How these different programs get woven together into one strategy should fall to the EFCs and not to the communities to figure out how to navigate. So we are trying to be that one-stop shop that leverages across programs, so that the communities don't have to try and piecemeal things together.
I'm not going to add internally that it's definitely a priority for us as well. It's one of the metrics that we are tracking, the number of federal or non-federal dollars that are leveraged through the SRFs and the WIFIA programs. And it is one of our metrics within the EPA strategic year plan as well that we track.
So Mariana, then Sonia.
Yes, Mariana Hung PV with Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. I just want to say I do oversee SRF program for the state of Idaho. And the work that you guys done in a year's time, amazing. There has been a lot of work on getting this money out, making traction. It's good to see a structure in place. Though definitely things that knew that was possibly going to happen was there's going to be some duplicative work and a lot of coordination effort. I know in the state of Idaho, we are meeting quarterly with our EPA region and with some of the folks that are getting money. Being part of the SRF, people approach our program, we're hearing, oh, you're getting money. That sounds exactly like so-and-so. So let's come together. I'm already meeting with EPA, please join. So we're making strides on how to be impactful in Idaho. Now, again, there's still a lot to be done. I think marketing and messaging, definitely having you know, the same messaging out there would be beneficial, especially when a lot of people have you know, this money coming this way. Marketing, there's still definitely a reliance on the SRF program to connect to communities. I know that we have been trying to market technical assistance for, you know, communities to come, but definitely those in real need are overwhelmed, don't always keep connected with SRF programs. So there is, I think, still a lot of work to be done to connect to those rural communities. The other thing I hadn't seen on this that I think is also a big concern, and I'm curious on how that will be addressed, is we do have some rural communities that we got technical assistance to, which has been fabulous, that there's someone there to help handhold some of these small systems through their variety of issues. One struggle they've been seeing is maybe they can help them through the RFP process, but finding the engineers that will be willing to come out and do the work for those small systems is definitely a barrier. So I'm curious on what work is also being done there. It's like we can help handhold them through some of the process, but if they can't get anyone to actually do the work, they're going to still be in the same situation.
I'll add that. Oh, go ahead, Jen. You can go first.
That's okay. No, go ahead, please.
Okay. I'll add that EPA is working to provide some direct engineering services as well. We do have a contract in place and a new contract coming online to help that, recognizing that engineering is a big component of that. Some of the EFCs can provide the engineering services as well. Moonshot Missions, for example, is one of the national EFCs and can work to address some of those gaps across the nation. But I'll let Jen add more.
Yeah, no, thanks, Bev. That's perfect. In addition to, you know, the access to engineers through EPA, which is really wonderful, and the fact that Moonshot and some of the other new EFC entities have that skill set in-house and are partners with a number of us on our awards. So we can tap into that within our own teams, but also I can speak for my EFC and several of the other regional bill EFCs that when we responded to the RFA, we had what we referred to as a technical assistance bench written into our proposals, so that we would have a funding line available to engage engineers and other consulting services for communities that needed that support. So we have a short list that will be procurement approved of engineering services that we can directly tap into, and at least for those of us that put that TA bench into our program. But yeah, the engineering component is really key, because you can't access those dollars without it.
I wanted to piggyback on everything that everybody just said. You guys were reading my mind. And oh, sorry, I forgot. Sandra Favors from the Alabama Department of Environmental Management. I think I serve in a different capacity because the conversation has been overwhelming today. I've learned a lot about money and water, neither of which I'm very good at. So, however, I am good at communities. And the questions that I have when it comes to the TAs, one thing that I've noticed in my various capacities is the programs aren't unified across the country. And I'm in a unique area. I'm in Alabama. And in the Southeast region, it looks different from Idaho. It looks different from Seattle. A lot of the technical assistance that you're talking about, I'm out in those communities and they don't know about these centers. So I'm wondering if there is an effort by EPA to ensure that the wonderful TA that we're talking about here that's working so well, if there's some nexus where they get together with all of those who have been awarded these funds to ensure that there's a baseline of, like in medicine, there's a baseline of care. Can we get a baseline of care for these communities? One of the problems that I see with all of the programs that EPA is coming up with is the sustainability of these programs. I'm really hoping that my grandchildren have the same mindset to put some more money there, because we'll be here again, because we're not building. When you talk about engineering in these communities, I'm working with communities right now that there are engineers that will come in because the funds are there, but they need capacity beyond the design. So they need capacity beyond the RFP. They need capacity beyond them accepting the contract. They need capacity to be able to maintain the systems. So one of the programs that I oversee is Brownfield. And we're working with them to do that. And I have this one little community, I'm so proud of them, because they actually found someone in their community that we could actually fund to do work in their community. That changes that community, because that person has a job now in that community to do this work. It builds capacity for him. It builds capacity for that community, and it goes beyond that very small area. So that was one thing. The other thing is when you say that you're doing the community assessments, how are you coming up with the communities that you go to? Do they have to know how to navigate your webpage to get that form? Because yeah, that's not gonna work. They don't. The smartphone is not very smart for most of those individuals. I have two over here, and sometimes I just can't do it. And I'm a chemical engineer. So when you're talking about, because those who will engage with you are usually the retired entities, because a lot of your underserved communities are young, very young, because they couldn't get out, or seasoned because they don't want to get out. So that effort, when we're talking about community engagement, has to go beyond our normal check the box if we are really trying to change the narrative here. Lastly is state engagement. I work for a state agency, and the last time I participated in one of these calls, I took all of this wonderful information back, and the looks that I got were, don't you go to any other meetings because you're bringing too much back here, asking us to do too many things. So I asked, what metrics do you have in place to ensure that even your state partners are actually engaging to offer, because they are running the SRF, right? And so I kind of need them to be telling the communities that don't actually get the funding in this cycle, that there's a TA, a technical center that they can engage with, that can help them moving forward, even if it's not with SRF funding, if there's other funding available. And to me, in my 27 years of doing this, that has always been the gap that we haven't filled.
Right, so I may jump in with, I think there's three components to your comments that I'll try to address. First one with the community identification, there are multiple pathways that we're identifying communities. The web form on the Water TA, EPA Water TA website is just one of them. So that's if a community is self-identifying and wants to reach directly out to EPA to connect with the provider. That's one path. We did work with the states through the regions through the states to acquire like an initial, I don't want to use the word list, but some communities that could be prioritized or may have some areas that they want to highlight, as well as the providers themselves identifying the communities. So one of the components of the request for applications, for example, was showing how you're going to identify new communities to receive these fundings that may not be aware of the existence of the SRF program, for example. So I don't know if that helps address that comment. The other one was sustainability. So I will say this program has been around for 30 years, Jen's been around for 20. So it is a consistent program that will be here past bill. It will keep going. And even though bill itself may be temporary since it's a 5-year grant program, we're hoping to, if we can get additional funding at the end of it, that we're hoping to, use the tools and resources that are built as part of this historic level of funding, because it's more money than the EFCs have ever seen in the program to be able to pave a path forward and use those tools and lessons learned forward and making TA better. And I'm blanking on what the third one was now.
State agencies.
Yes, so we did, at least internally with EPA, we did work with each of our regional TA coordinators and regional programs to ensure some sort of path forward for at least for referring communities and working with providers in the space of coordination. So we did have each of our regions work with the states on their preferences for whether or not they just want to be aware or if they want time to respond and provide input on that community. So each region has worked with each of their states to coordinate that out. And I'll stop talking in case Jen wants to add more.
And I'll keep it brief because I see that we're over time, but I think the points that you just raised were really important. I think I love the example you highlighted about finding someone in the community who could take on a role in I think that comes back to what I was talking about building capacity that stays put, helping a community identify who are those local partners if they're not already identified. I think your point about how are we identifying communities is really important as well. It's wonderful to have our partners at EPA and at the region, headquarters in the regions and the states referring folks to us, but to really dig into the communities that I think we're trying to target here. The communities who have not traditionally accessed the SRFs. And let's be honest, the SRFs may not be the right vehicle for a lot of those communities. I think that's where we are trying to lean on our community-based organizations who are already working in that space, doing really amazing stuff to help us identify those communities that might be good candidates. And if they're not good candidates for the SRF, that's the beauty of the multimedia EFCs, being able to identify alternate pathways to accomplish things on the ground in those communities. And then I don't have a really good answer for the state agencies and their levels of engagement. We've talked to each of the states in our region personally, and they have differing philosophies on how they want to move forward. Some of them already have their own really good TA programs in place through their agencies. Some of them do not. Some of them see the value in being able to lean on the EFCs, and some of them have other pathways they'd prefer to go. And that's fine. We don't want to force ourselves on anybody. We want to make sure that we're working in conjunction with the existing programs and that we're filling gaps that, for technical assistance that might be fill in those gaps where they exist, and make sure that we're value added and try not to overwhelm our state partners. But your points are really good ones, and there aren't easy answers. And I think it's one of those things that we're going to do our best with the approach that we're talking about right now. And if I come back and talk to y'all a year from now or 6 months from now, it might look a little different because we are embracing the fact that we are going to have to adaptively manage this, and we're going to have to learn from what goes on the ground and figure out how to do things better.
And I'll maybe quickly add to that too, that the comment about everyone may not be eligible, or like the TA provider may not end up being suitable for the SRFs, and that's, we're aware of that as well as the providers. The main requirement is just that initially they are SRF eligible, and then we can start providing those TA services. And if down the road we determine that it isn't, then there's a opportunity to leverage a different program or work with a different program like the multimedias that would be more suitable.
So I think if there are no additional questions, we're going to move on because we have run a little late, but I really appreciate you, Beth and Jen, for coming forward. One request that I have for both of you coming next time, And I don't know if this is part of the agreements that we have with the EFCs, but it would be nice to hear about a collection of some information that you can share with the board to address some of the questions that have come up. And those would be, I'm just brainstorming here. I'm sure you have your own set of metrics, but things like the types of technical assistance, whether it's about, obtaining money or it's about implementation, the types of communities, demographics of communities and so on. So, because I think a lot of the suggestions that are coming up are based on what we're all hearing from our constituents, and I can say a lot more about that as well. But it would be nice to see on the ground as we implement the TA programs around the country, who are we actually delivering services to and what type of services?
And how are we measuring that we're getting to new,
Yeah. The new community. I think,
communities that have not historically been reached? How are we measuring success?
That's right.
around
That's
that,
one
progress towards that goal.
That's one data point, right? Are these people who've always received funding before? Are they the first time around? I mean, those are things that I think came up during the greenhouse gas reduction deliberations as well. And there seems to be
I think it's a theme across all
Yep,
of the
yep.
EJ Justice 40
That's right.
work across the administration.
And now that the EFCs are actually providing that service, it would just be good to see
Mhm.
whether the technical assistance is having an intended effect in intended communities, I think. So anyway, just a suggestion, since I can't direct work at all.
No, I think that's a great suggestion. And I think that by the time that we are all gathering again, we will have, we're still all getting our legs under us. And I think by that point, we will have some good metrics to point to and some good stories to tell. So thank you.
Thank you. And you're going to be coming back to see us next time. So thank you. So the next agenda item is for me to moderate our updates on recent charges, but we are running a little bit late and we have a public commenter who's already online. So what I would like to do is make a decision to pause, if I can look at the EPA folks back there at this point, and come back to the update on the recent EFAB charge updates. And go to the commenters. All right, if that's okay with, I'm seeing nodding, so all right. So to the commenters, I just want to welcome both of you, and I'm going to call on each of you to go in order. But the comment period for both of you, each of you is 3 minutes, and I will start the clock. But I will start the clock after you introduce yourself. So please introduce yourself first. And as soon as you start your comment, I'll start the 3 minute time period. All right, the first person is Greg Fogel with the Water Reuse Association. Greg, would you like to get on screen and introduce yourself? And then I'll start the 3 minute countdown.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Before I do introduce myself, let me just say my comments relate to one of the charges that you will be discussing. Would it make more sense for me to hop off and rejoin after the next section, or would you like me to proceed now?
No, we're not discussing the charge until tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and you're welcome to come back tomorrow to offer your comments also at the end of tomorrow.
I'm happy to just move forward now if that makes sense, and that's okay.
Right on. So please introduce yourself and I will start the clock.
All right, great. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Greg Fogel. I am the Director of Government Affairs and Policy for the Water Reuse Association. The Water Reuse Association is a national association made up of water and wastewater utilities and water-related businesses, as well as nonprofit institutions and research entities that all care about or work on water recycling in some way. We are nationwide with state and regional sections across the country. I'm speaking today in support of the advisory board moving forward with a study on the potential benefits of an investment tax credit to support industrial water recycling. I will be brief in my comments, and I'm happy to follow up with any additional information or answer questions if you have them. When people think of water reuse, they tend to think of cities and, I'm sorry, when people think of water use, they tend to think of cities and households. But in fact, water consumed by households and individuals accounts for only a small percentage of the total water consumed across the country. Industry, on the other hand, meaning manufacturing, high tech, data centers, food and beverage manufacturing, apparel, et cetera, accounts for roughly half of all direct withdrawals from groundwater and surface water sources. When you take into account water used provided by drinking water utilities, it's an additional percentage of the total water use. So the industrial and commercial sectors do consume vast amounts of water in the United States. Congress is interested in looking at an investment tax credit to support greater industrial water recycling as a pathway to protecting freshwater resources. The language included in the FY 2023 Omnibus Appropriations Report encourages EPA to study and report on the potential benefits of such an incentive. Nearly identical language is included again in pending FY 2024 appropriations legislation. The only difference being a slight change in the verbiage from Congress encourages EPA to move forward with this study to Congress directs EPA to move forward with this study. And we anticipate that language will be adopted in the final package. Water recycling is a multi-benefit tool. In the context of industrial manufacturing and operations, water reuse allows industry to forego the use of groundwater or surface water where supplies are limited. This is especially important in drought-prone areas. Water reuse also protects water quality by reducing discharges of industrial effluent. And in some parts of the country, municipalities are using recycled water availability as a tool to attract businesses and job growth. And businesses are looking to move into those areas that can provide sustainable water supplies and help the businesses meet their own environmental goals. So in summary, industry consumes vast amounts of water in the United States, and water recycling can help both industry and communities protect water supplies and watershed health. Congress wants to better understand the potential benefits of an investment tax credit to support industrial water reuse, and has asked for EPA's help in doing so. For these reasons, the Water Reuse Association supports this directive and urges you to move forward with the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. We will go to our second commenter, Randy Neprash. I hope I pronounced it correctly. If not, you can correct me. I will allow you to introduce yourself first and then start the clock as soon as you start your comments.
Very good. I assume you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Your pronunciation was close. There are very few of us and nobody gets it right the first time. My name is Randy Neprash. I'm calling from the Twin Cities in Minnesota. I am the vice chair of the National Municipal Stormwater Alliance, or NAMSA. NAMSA is comprised of state-level coalitions of MS4 permittees around the country. We have member organizations in 25 states, and we represent more than, through those networks, we represent more than 4,000 of the 7,500 or so MS4 permittees in the United States. I'm calling support or stormwater funding. An area that more cities are working on, is widely recognized as a greater need. It's the growing source of water pollution in the United States. It is widely believed and assumed that stormwater projects are eligible for and therefore meaningfully funded by CWSRF and also the Green Infrastructure program within the Green Project Reserve component of CWSRF. We have worked with data that was provided to us by EPA. We looked at CWSRF data from 1988 through 2020. And what we found was for that entire time period, a grand total of 1.8% of all the CWSRF funding actually went to stormwater projects. Even in the most recent 5-year increment of that period, the amount for stormwater projects was only 3.6%. This is astonishingly low and is a fact that is not widely understood or appreciated at all. We also looked at the Green Project Reserve, and what we found was approximately a quarter of the projects funded under the Green Project Reserve program were actually green infrastructure, urban stormwater projects. Almost half of them were wastewater projects. There's lots of reasons more and review to find what's going on. Focus more on stormwater. We are working with EPA staff, and we would ask you folks to encourage and support the staff to pay more attention to stormwater. We need to better understand why so few cities even apply for CWSRF funding. We're interested also that the new technical assistance providers actually have stormwater knowledge and experience. Our impression is that most of them are much more familiar with wastewater than they are with stormwater. And finally, we would encourage the EFAB in the course of finding and enlisting new members to find people with stormwater knowledge, experience, and interest in the near future. Hopefully I've been within my time, and that's about what I have to say. Thank you.
That's actually perfect. Thank you very much. I will provide at this point an opportunity for the board members to ask any questions of the commenters. Okay, no questions. So thank you, both of you, for joining us, and we really appreciate your time joining us to provide the board members with comments. So thank you. Have a good.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely, thank you. So we will get back on our last agenda item. This is actually a great segue because I think we actually have an update on our stormwater charge. So we're going to ask Ellen to come up and Mike, are you also coming up or? Okay. But before Ellen comes up, as she's coming up, I will just say we have another update scheduled, but that's going to happen tomorrow morning. And that is tomorrow morning, you'll see that Dan Utek, our chief of staff, he will be online by video to give the board an update on the greenhouse, the update on the process of the greenhouse gas reduction fund. So update since this board gave the recommendation to the administrator, I think in January. I'm trying to remember even the date, January 5th or something. And a lot has happened, and many of you have been living this personally. And Dan is going to come and give us an update on where the agency is in the entire process tomorrow. So with that, we have one last remaining item, and that's you, Ellen. Today, I should say.
So, yeah, I was gonna say it's a lot of pressure to be the person standing between you all and a drink and lunch after a really long and thoughtful day. So appreciate the time. I'm Ellen Tarquinio. I'm the director for the Water Infrastructure and Resiliency Finance Center, and I had the privilege to work with the EFAB board on the stormwater task force that came out now in 2020 and the report to EPA, and it was just really fabulous work. And I'm looking around the room, and a lot of those members who put in so much time actually aren't here today, but just to really acknowledge that it was a tremendous amount of work. And Craig, who was sitting here this morning, was one of the leads for that. And so, first to just appreciate the thoughtfulness that EFAB put into those recommendations and sent over to us. And it's been something that we've been working on consistently and kind of go back to frequently to say, okay, well, what's the next thing we should do and what's the next thing? And so, one thing just to highlight is just really the beginning of October. I think it went public September 30th. we put forward responding to one of the recommendations that the work group had was to provide more information, particularly for communities, for the public on stormwater funding and financing options. And so we have a learning module that's now up on the Water Finance Clearinghouse site. And that's based on a lot of the work and a lot of the points that were brought up from that stormwater report. It was a long report. It was fabulous. And I think people are, it's an amazing document. And what we did was we tried to take some of those key points and those key factors and put it into a pretty easy to access learning module up on our site. And we're going to go back to that report and do that with some other pieces. There was some really great recommendations, particularly focused on operation and maintenance funding for stormwater. And there was also an EFAB report specifically for green infrastructure operation and maintenance. So I just want to highlight a couple upcoming things. One is that we're going back to both of those areas because we know O&M is a huge factor. How do you fund it? You can't do it with the SRS. You can't do it with a lot of federal programs. What did the EFAB put forward in those two specific reports for stormwater, O&M, for green infrastructure? And so we're going to go back again, try to distill out those key points, put it in something that's really easy to access for communities. So it's a bit of a highlight for some of the upcoming work. And Randy set it up really well. We also run a lot of the technical assistance programs out of the Water Finance Center. And so what we're doing is we're actually working with those TA providers and we're educating them in stormwater funding and financing options so that when they're talking to communities, integrated planning, water infrastructure, stormwater is part of what they're sort of going through. That's going to be one of the key components that they're working with, particularly for small communities, to look at what's sustainable revenue for stormwater, what's the funding mechanisms, and to get at exactly, some of those stats Randy was bringing up there is when they're going for SRF programs, stormwater is one of the projects those TA providers are going to be working with them to develop. So it's something that we're actively pushing forward for those groups. So those are some of the key points for the stormwater O&M. And again, I know you guys are running out the door, but one of the other learning modules, just to sort of go to some of the older reports that you all worked on. There was an alternative project delivery model. There was a lot of talk earlier today in one of the sessions that you all had about private sector financing. And one of the reports that came out from EFAB, I believe it was 2017 that the report came in that looked at alternative delivery project frameworks. And so we have another learning module that will be coming soon. It's a preview that really pulled a lot of information from that EFAB report. So it's another thing down the line. And finally, because we haven't reported back to you guys, there was an EFAB report in 2014. So this is to sort of highlight, we go back to the reports and the work that you do all of the time, constantly, to say, okay, what did EFAB put forward on this? What are the recommendations? What was the thinking for you all as the experts, how we can move forward on these particular areas? 2014, there was a report on the financial capability assessment. And I want to highlight that we spent years finalizing and revising and finally we're able to come out with a new revised financial capability assessment. It pulled a lot of the great work and a lot of the metric suggestions and a lot of the sort of recommendations that came over from EFAB for that final FCA document. And that was a really monumental guidance that the agency put forward. So just encourage you all to go and to look at that.
I just have to say that Ellen sets a gold standard for clients at EPA working with EFAB. The one thing that I wanted to share about, just amplify what Ellen is saying, is that I think Carrie and all of you, you know that there are different ways to respond to charges. And Ellen is pointing to approaches that were taken in the past where there is a full set of reports. And I don't think even the biggest the workload that you took on, it was not a report. It was a transmittal of the work group documents with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, which Dan will address tomorrow. But one thing, just because we are EPA and we run marathons instead of running sprints, so you can see that a lot of the recommendations of the board that's been given a long time, what you would consider a long time ago, it's still lightning speed for us, right? So, and I don't mean that in a negative way at all. So I think that's something that I urge you, Carrie, and others to kind of think about is how, if there are things that long-term changes, how perhaps the working with the client, and I think some of the new charges that are coming up could potentially in the water go in this direction as well, but it takes a lot more effort to, I think the stormwater charge, it took intensive effort for almost a year, I want to say.
It was, yeah, just short of a year.
Yeah,
About 9 months, and it was intensive effort.
Yeah,
It's a
it
good way
was
to describe
hundreds
it.
of pages, right? I'm trying to.
It was hundreds of pages.
Yeah, so that's why Ellen and, you know, the team in the Office of Water could look through all the recommendations, even things that they couldn't do right away, that they're ticking off as opportunities, resources, and people arise. So anyway, I just wanted to share that tidbit with you, because it does kind of you could think about the functioning of the group and how you want to respond. And I think the greenhouse gas project was very intense, 60 days, and it was appropriate thing, but clearly the time before there were lots of reports, and you're welcome to look at them on the EFAB website. I mean, we have over 100 deliverables now that are on the website, and a lot of the questions and comments that you raised, just because we have transition in membership, some things have been discussed in the past as well. So I really appreciate that. Any specific questions for Ellen? See, it's so detailed that shock and all, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Ellen.
Thanks.
Okay. Carrie, I'm gonna turn it over to you, because we're done in terms of EPA updates. And as I said, the only remaining update is for tomorrow morning.
Yes. Well, today was a very productive day. We covered a lot of ground, a lot of different topics. So tomorrow, in addition to hearing from Dan Utek, Ed had the brilliant idea to ask Michigan Saves to come talk about their work. They are the state green bank in Michigan. They're a nonprofit green bank. And coming off the intense GGRF charge that we did, thought it would be really great to hear from, you know, our host state, what that work is like and the challenges and opportunities. So there's a great panel that we're going to have tomorrow. And then we have our two charges that we're going to be discussing. Really looking forward to that discussion. And I think that's it, right, for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I also want to congratulate you for doing something that wasn't on the agenda today. You actually created an exploratory group. So I think you ought to celebrate that. It was very low pressure. So thank you, Ashley, Craig, and I'm trying to remember who else volunteered. Dave,
George and
Matt.
Matt.
Matt also volunteered. Thank you, Matt. So yes.
Yeah. We, you know, there's been quiet conversation about whether we should have another one on climate resilience, but we'll keep that as like background conversation.
Yes, and I do.
That could be dinner conversation.
Yeah, that should be dinner conversation, and you're welcome to bring that up again tomorrow. But I really did find resonant the comments that you made, George, in terms of the organizing concepts around it, and I think it will be helpful. And you know, the board, your charge and charter is to really help the agency in things that we're not thinking about, right, on the finance side. So if this is something that is really important in the private climate resilience capital market discussion, should this be something that EPA should also have on our sort of to-do items too? So anyway, so
Food for thought.
Food for thought.
All right, you're going to gavel us out?
I am going to gavel us out, and if those of you who are joining us for dinner, do you want to say something about the logistics? Okay, so I'm going to gavel out, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.